Hello, I'm Debbie, your host at Alternate Juror, where we approach trials as a juror is supposed to approach trials, meaning no outside influence from the media, streaming companies, or anywhere else trying to push a narrative. We will decide cases based solely on the evidence presented in court. We are on day 5 of the Jessy Kurczeweski trial. Can never say that woman's last name. She is accused of unaliving her friend Lynn Hernan. She was 62 years old at the time, and she is accused of doing this by putting Visine into Lynn's drink. Jessy maintains that Lynn self-deleted because of her ongoing illnesses. Jessy is also accused of stealing $144,000 from Lynn's estate. We haven't got to any of the financial stuff yet, so I'm interested to hear that, and I think that'll be the biggest hurdle that Jessy has. On Friday, which I actually streamed yesterday, we had on the stand Dr. Sherry Kosinko from NMS Labs. That is where the head medical examiner in Waukesha sent Lynn's samples to be tested. That lab is who found the elevated or the high levels of the tetrahydroxylene in Lynn's system, and that's how we got here. The second person on the stand was Lynn's friend, Corrine Poza, which I have been wondering who she was this time. I've speculated about people sitting in the gallery because I thought maybe that was Lynn's daughter, but that's her friend. She is Anthony Poza's mother, and Anthony Poza and Jessy were supposed to split Lynn's estate. I didn't feel like Corrine's testimony really swayed me one way or another. There was a couple of times the defense called her out for saying something different on the stand than she had in her police interview, but they didn't have anything from the police interview to give her to, quote unquote, refresh her memory. And the state objected right away, as they should have. The judge sustained that. She said one contradicting thing that, again, maybe would go towards Jessy's financial interest. She said after Lynn passed away, Jessy had called her and I believe her son Anthony over to Lynn's condo to get what they wanted to get out of the condo. She said that she picked up some trinket type things, mostly gifts that she had given Jessy over the years, and her and Corrine and Lynn had this big, they love shoes, they wore the same size, and she took some shoes. On redirect by the state, they asked Corrine they put a picture up of some jewelry. They asked Corrine to circle a particular piece of jewelry that she recognized, and apparently that bracelet was supposed to go to Corrine's brother, Keith. And after Lynn was gone, according to Corrine, that did not happen. My question is, why, when Jessy called her over, did she not come? When she came to the condo, why did she not ask for that? If it was that important, why did she not ask? Now, she was in shock because of Lynn's passing, so maybe she didn't think about it at the time. I don't know if she ever asked for it because they just asked her if she'd ever seen it again, and her answer was no. The last on the stand was James Killier. He dated Lynn for about 10 years, from 1983 to 93. He maintained that him and Lynn were close. He's had a new girlfriend since about 2003, says they would all go out together, they would have dinner together, Lynn would come to their house, there was no issues. However, as Lynn became ill, he wasn't really ever contacted about anything. And we've seen, the piece of paper a lot that has Lynn's instructions on them about who to contact and in the order to contact them. It says, my daughter can always be reached. Number 1, that's Jessy. Number 2 is Jessy's mom, Jennifer Flowers. Number 3 is Anthony Posa. Number 4 is Corrine Posa. And beside their names, it says that they don't need to come over. And I don't believe that Jim or James or Keith, I don't believe that their names are anywhere on that paper or in the checkbook register that they have the deputy medical examiner took pictures of. So Lynn had everything laid out, very specific of how she wanted it to have things to happen, who she wanted to be contact, who was going to take care of her cat or cats. I can't remember if there was one or more than one. And so far, they haven't necessarily proven that Jessy put Visine in her drinks. My question is, where are the Visine bottles? Because not all eye drops have that ingredient in them. But every first responder that got there saw it as a self-deleting, not an unaliving. Sorry, I have to use YouTube terms here. And did not collect evidence according to an unaliving versus a self-deleting. So we have no idea how much evidence disappeared because every single one of them thought it was a self-deleting. After the labs found that level of the tetrahydroxylene in Lynn's system, then the medical examiner finally concluded that the manner of death was a homicide, and here we are. So court has been in session probably a couple hours so far, and looks like the first on the stand is Detective, I just forgot his name. Hang on, Chris Cole, I believe is his name. So I can keep it sped up until we catch up. I don't think we will. So got it ready to go to where the juries come in, and hopefully my audio is good because I went live for the first time today and I did not test it. So hopefully that does not come back and bite me because that would be horrible. All right, I have the court boosted 600%. That's all the higher I can go. I cannot put closed captioning on because it's streaming live today. But I've had it at 600% every other time that I've streamed this, and it seems to be okay. So let's bring in the jury because they're bringing in the jury, and let's see what happens today.
All rise for the jury.
And I should probably put it on my screen. See, that's what happens when I go live. Sorry. Here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. All right, the statement call, its next witness.
Thanks, Judge. The state calls Chris Cole.
Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
It's Chris Cole, CHRISKOHL.
Mr. Cole, are you currently employed with law enforcement in any capacity?
Yes,
And what do you do?
I'm a patrolman with the village of Eustisford in Dodge County.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience?
Yes,
Where?
I've spent most of my career with Waukesha County Sheriff,
How long did you work with them?
25 years.
Okay. Around 2018, what were your job duties with the sheriff's department here in Waukesha?
I was a detective.
Okay. Are you familiar with someone named Jessy Kurczeweski?
Yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom?
yes.
Could you please identify her by where she's seated?
She's sitting at the defense table.
Now, did you become involved in an investigation that involved Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes,
And was that around October of 2018?
it was January of 19.
Okay, can you tell the jury how you got involved in that case?
I was contacted by the medical examiner's office, reference toxicology report that they had received, reference to the death of Lynn Hernan, which had occurred in October of 2018.
Got it. After that point in time, were you part of the team that investigated the death of Lynn Hernan?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that after January of 2019, the investigation changed from what it was in October?
yes.
Why?
The toxicology report received by the medical examiner's office showed a substance in Ms. Hernan. It's believed to be, and excuse me if I mispronounce this, tetrahydrocanine.
Okay.
It's the active ingredient in Visine or eyedrops,
Okay.
which is a poison to the human body.
From that time forward, would it be fair to say that the investigation had a lot of officers working on it?
Yes,
Were some of those officers working on a financial aspect of the case?
yes,
Okay. Was that you necessarily?
no,
Okay. Was, at this point in time, was the investigation a homicide investigation?
it was a death investigation when I started it.
Eventually, did you gather evidence for this death investigation?
Yes,
Did that even include getting some records from a probate case?
Judge, I'm objecting leading.
This background at this point?
Yes.
All right, overruled.
Did you even get some things from a probate case?
yes,
Okay. So I want to ask you some specific questions about the discussions. Did you speak with Ms. Kurczeweski in regard to this death investigation?
yes,
And was the first time in March?
I believe so,
Okay. And that would be of 2019, is that true?
correct.
Okay. Do you remember why or how you came to be in an interview with Ms. Kurczeweski at that time?
She contacted our office looking for an update on that investigation.
Did that prompt you to make contact with her?
Yes, I don't recall if I believe she contacted dispatch and then I called her back.
Now, before that time, had you ever spoken with Ms. Kurczeweski before?
No,
Did you know her in any way prior to this event?
no,
Okay. So throughout your time working on this case, would it be fair to say that was several years?
yes,
During that time, did you have occasion to hear Ms. Kurczeweski's voice on many occasions?
yes,
Do you think that you can identify her voice at this point?
yes,
Okay. What I'd like to do now is, I'd like, Ms. DeValcanier, if you could please queue up Exhibit 60. Detective Cole, do you know whether that call to dispatch from Ms. Kurczeweski was recorded?
almost all calls to dispatch are recorded.
Okay. Have you even heard the call that is relevant to this case before?
Yes,
Okay. In that call, were you able to identify the caller's, who the caller was?
yes,
And who was it?
it's Ms. Kurczeweski.
Okay. Did the recording that you heard seem to be a fair and accurate copy of that call from dispatch?
Yes,
I move Exhibit 60 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 60 is received, permission to publish is granted.
And Detective Cole, would that call to dispatch have any video with it?
no,
Okay, so it's just audio?
yes,
Okay. And I believe we tested the audio system out this morning, Judge, so I think that this should work. It's about 5.5 minutes long, and I would just ask Ms. DeValcanier to play.
Before she plays, I'd like to read to the jury instruction 158. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully, some parts may be hard to understand. Go ahead.
And if this audio is not good, I can't do anything about it. It's on their end. So I apologize if it's hard to understand, and I have no closed captioning to put on with it. So let's just hope for the best.
Blockstone Communications, it's Jeff.
Yes, I'm calling. I'm trying to find out some information, and I don't have a case number or who is working on it.
Okay.
I have a last name and the person who it is on, and basically I'm just trying to find out some information. But I
Okay.
don't know who it's supposed to be.
All right. Do you remember where the incident happened?
It happened in Pewaukee. What it was is the medical examiner is the one who gave me the number for you guys.
Okay. What kind of information are you looking for?
I'm trying to figure out who's working on her case.
Okay. What kind of case?
I don't know. The medical examiner just gave me this phone number and said it was referred to you guys.
Okay. So is it reference to death then if you were talking to the medical examiner? Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the subject's last name?
Hernan, and the first name is Lynn.
Okay. Lynn?
Correct.
Any idea when it happened?
She passed away October 3rd of last year.
Okay.
But I don't know when it was referred to you guys, or I don't know anything about that. Basically, I've been checking with the medical examiner because we're trying to figure out she was in the hospital before she passed. This was something the hospital should have caught or whatnot, what's going on. And it's the medical examiner hasn't had any information in months, and then she just said now that it was referred to your department.
Oh. Now, which department? We dispatched for 20 different police agencies.
She said the sheriff's department in Waukesha.
Okay. I am not finding anything with that last name, but they don't always put the name in the call for a decedent. Let's see. You don't know the address where it happened or anything like that?
Her address is N16W26543, and it's Meadowgrass Circle.
Okay. What's the phone number I can have a deputy call you at?
414-514-1039.
Okay. Do you know what unit number she was in?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, unit for her apartment, you mean?
Yes.
Unit A. I'm sorry, I didn't even think you meant the address.
Okay, that's okay. All right. Hang on 1 second.
I hope you guys can hear that. It's about to blow my ears out.
And your last name?
S-K-I.
And your first name?
Jessy, Jessy.
Okay, is that short for anything?
Nope.
Your middle initial?
R.
And just for our record, your date of birth.
2/18/1984.
All right, Jesse, I will have a deputy give you a call, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, I have to be honest, I didn't think Jessy was just 10 years younger than me. So, I guess she is aging quite well. Yeah. And was she singing on the first part of that? Like, was she humming? Or I thought I heard somebody kind of humming or singing something, which was weird. Like, why are you singing? I don't have a problem with her calling the medical examiner, who has taken forever to just, issue the death certificate. If you just take out the fact that we're sitting in a court, she may have been trying to get everything finished up, get Lynn's estate closed out, sell the condo, whatever she needed to do. And she's being held up because the medical examiner was taking so long to sign the death certificate. Now, it looks a little different when we're sitting here, but we shall see.
Detective Cole, after that call was made, did you meet with Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes,
Where was that meeting?
at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Who was there?
Myself, Detective Hoppy, Jesse, and her mother, Jennifer.
Do you know whether that meeting was recorded?
It was.
Have you seen that recording?
Yes.
Do you know if it fairly and accurately captured the conversation that you had that day?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the recording in its entirety?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there are parts of it that aren't really relevant for why we're here today?
Yes.
And have you also seen a version of that interview that is clips instead of a full length?
No.
Okay. But you know that there are pieces that aren't really relevant for what is happening here.
Judge,
Yes.
objecting based upon what he thinks is relevant.
I'm gonna ask for a sidebar.
Overruled, he may answer.
Ooh.
You know that there are pieces of that interview that have been taken out, and that the jury's not going to see those. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I move Exhibit 55 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 55 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And if we can please go to slide 1. Now, slide 2. Detective, at the top of the video screen, is there actually a date and time stamp that the video put on this video?
Yes.
And what's that date?
It's March 6, 2019, just before 10 a.m.
Okay. Does this look like the beginning of that interview that you had in this case?
It is.
Okay. And then, for the record, the timestamp for this clip is in the lower left of the exhibit, and the time is associating with the clock running at the top of the video.
Before you play that, I want to read instruction 158, again, this time for audio and video recordings. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view an audiovisual recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully. Some parts may be hard to understand.
Judge Doro likes a clean record. She puts everything on the record. Everything.
Jessy and her mother. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
Jenny, right?
hi, Jenny. Yeah, see right there. We're gonna grab you another chair.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aaron.
Aaron, okay.
Nice to meet you.
You as well. Yeah, she was a good friend with Lynn, so she kind of wanted to know what's going on too. Thank you.
Theoretically, I'm assigned to this case,
Okay.
but we got a new boss here a little bit ago and kind of changed protocols on us. Because back in the day, I've been doing this a long time.
Sure.
We didn't look at this stuff. Yeah, me kind of called down and said you're all good, and now has us investigate it like on a back burner.
Sure.
So when you called, yeah, I knew the name and I had glanced over it.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting for the ME to call me and say, hey, we're all done, death certificate signed, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay.
So I was a little surprised when he sent the phone. You had concerns about the hospital.
When I talked to the medical examiner last,
Uh-huh.
I talked to him numerous times. The first couple times, they said there was a few issues as far as health-wise. She had like 5 things.
Mm-hmm.
Then they said they were waiting on toxicology.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said they sent out second samples or tissue, something, and then they stopped saying anything. And they said I had to contact you guys.
And that's when I got the
So-
boss.
Okay. And I'm going, I just want to know, because they kind of weren't sure, we didn't know if it was a suicide or if it was something medical. She was in the hospital shortly before, she's been sick for years. We really weren't sure, if this is something, because the doctors could never figure out what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So it was frustrating, and she had literally probably 10 boxes of medical documents.
Okay.
And, we just didn't know. And, I know what state she was in and where she was at, but I didn't. It's kind of frustrating because I was there all the time taking care of her. I'm the one who took her to the doctor. I'm the one who did everything. So the not knowing, and I wasn't there with
There
her.
is a medical
So
issue.
it bothers me because I go, could
5
I have
years
been there?
worth.
Could I have helped? Could I have done something? That's my hardest part.
Mhm.
I've never found anybody before, and it's not something I ever want to do again. So,
The medical examiner, they're very thorough.
yeah.
I barely graduated high school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're super smart. When they talk to me sometimes, I'm like, hey,
Well,
you got to figure it out.
Well, that's when they were talking to me. I'm going, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I don't understand, So,
At this point, they're waiting for their secondary, they call them confirming tests. But there doesn't appear, there's no trauma to the body, nothing like that. She had medical issues,
yeah.
which I think is pretty well documented with her medical record.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know, that's what I want to know, if it's in her head. If this has been 5 years worth in her head.
It's
things
frustrating
going
because the
on.
doctors could never find anything,
Uh-huh.
And they found little things, but not.
She just kept
she
doing
wasn't
repeat
eating
checks.
for
Years.
3 months. She'd have a bowl of soup once a week.
Yeah.
And she had such stomach issues, and she was just frustrated. And finally, the last time we went in, which was 4 days before she passed,
Uh-huh.
that she got out, she was in for 2 weeks. And,
And where'd she go? Waukesha?
Pro Healthcare, Waukesha.
Waukesha Memorial here, right just up the road? Big hospital right up the road.
Was she in a clinic or the hospital?
No, she was admitted to the ER, and then they, but it was Pro Healthcare, it was right here, I think.
Oh, I thought it was Waukesha she was in.
This is Waukesha.
Yeah, Pro Healthcare is
Yeah.
WMH.
Yeah. Yeah, I know actually it's close to here because there was the same exit. So,
And you said in the lobby that you and Miss Hernan were friends?
Yeah, she's my best friend.
How long have you known her?
Over 30 years.
Went to high school together or something?
No.
we lived in
In
the same
apartments.
Okay.
So she was like an aunt, a second mom to me. She didn't have kids.
So you've known her your whole life?
Yeah.
And that's why you were helping her out?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah.
Well, with
She-
power of attorney and everything.
She switched her medical the last 6 months. My mom was in charge of everything. And she switched it because with her working and her hours, it was hard for her to get a hold of her.
Mm-hmm.
So my hours were different and I could help her. So she basically, towards the end, I was taking her to doctor appointments, picking up her prescriptions, doing everything. And at the last, she was supposed to get in-home health care from the hospital. That was the only way they were going to release her because they wanted her to go to inpatient. And she refused.
Okay.
She didn't want it.
Was that coming then, home health care? Because
Yeah.
the report says you were the caregiver.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, home health care, they called, they were supposed to come that Tuesday or Monday. and I remember if it was Tuesday or Monday, but they were supposed to come. She pushed them back to Friday, and they actually called because they kept calling, and I finally answered the phone and said she's no longer, because they were trying to come out. That was her condition upon her release, was they wanted to make sure somebody was there with her. I was there with her, but she had to have in-home health care.
When you say you were giving care, you was different levels of care.
I wasn't an RN by any.
That's what I was going to ask you about the training. You weren't.
She used to be.
You weren't given injections.
No. I basically would help her to the bathroom, do any errands she needed, make any if she needed. I mean, she never needed
her up when she needed to be cleaned up.
She right before the hospital, she had a few accidents, on the way to the bathroom, stuff like that. So I helped her around the house, but I didn't. She used to be an RN, and she was to the point where, because she knew Lynn did not want to go, she was debating and quitting her job to actually physically take care of her.
How long were you taking care of her?
It was just shortly, I would say. A little bit before she went into the hospital. I mean, I was out there pretty much every other day, but I wasn't staying.
That was doing her shopping.
Yeah, I would say a few months, but then towards the end, I was back and forth twice a day.
Okay, so for the last, let's see,
I'd say 6 months.
Last 6 months.
Yeah.
You're out there every couple days.
Yeah.
And then the last few weeks, you're out there
Pretty much
often.
daily. Yeah. Once, twice a day.
And you're helping her. Are you
Yeah.
administering the medication at all?
No.
She's taking care of her own pills.
Yeah.
But you're picking them up from the
Yeah.
pharmacy. Which pharmacy are you going to?
Walgreens. It's right off of her main road. I'm not a Waukesha person, but it's the closest Walgreens to her.
In Pewaukee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they knew me very well. They knew her very well as well, but.
And did she have express pay set up, or did you pay cash?
No, we used her card.
Used her card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was she paying you to do this, or just a friend?
Yeah. No, well, I mean.
I have
she
friend
did
and
not,
friend,
but
but again, my father got real sick last year and passed away. And so I know how this stuff goes, and I was going there all the time. He knows, and it's real hard. And one of my coworkers said, well, you should be paying yourself to take care of your parents. I'm like, well, I can't take the kids.
No,
money.
She always, would offer here and there, and but it's hard too because when somebody she had no family, she had nobody.
I get you.
It was us, so it's just it's hard.
So when you bought groceries and stuff, you were just using her credit card.
I mean, sometimes obviously that was coming from my house.
Where was she on disability then, or
she was on Social Security or just one of them. Medicare, I got the form at the end of the year, but I don't know if it was Social Security or disability. It was one of them.
Okay.
I think it might have just been Social Security.
Okay.
But she's been on that for 5 years.
It's based on what I've read in our files and our contacts with her over the years. She was like a hairdresser in a salon or something.
Yep.
She made a lot of money doing that, or? She doesn't really have any family.
No.
Based on what I can tell.
She has one distant cousin.
She had, her parents passed away about
Her dad passed away a couple of years, and then her mom passed away, and she passed away, I think it was like a year, 2 years later. Was it 2?
I think about 2 years later.
Because I helped her move sell her mom's house. And
yeah, well, she doesn't have any family.
So.
I mean, well, she did, her aunt, but she passed away too a year ago. They were all from Madison. That's where she was originally from, so.
Yeah, because we couldn't really find anyone local.
I guess the medical examiner said there was a cousin or somebody called.
It's
but
great aunts, so it's
okay.
distant second cousin. So.
I didn't know of them, so.
Okay. And you had power of attorney medically?
Yeah.
Did you have financial power of attorney?
No.
No.
No, yes, if need be, I think so. Or you did. I don't remember. I know I still have all the forms at home, so.
Okay. And what happened to her apartment and stuff?
We did an estate sale. Me and Anthony, the other family friend, just like us. His mom was her good friend.
Two of these two. The two younger ones.
But we emptied out.
Was Anthony your brother or cousin? Or?
No,
Another family friend.
It's just like her. It was somebody she went to hair school with.
She's got another good friend, Crean, who I know has their son.
Yeah.
So these two are
So
She's got the house up there and it's sold, so now.
Do you know
there's-
Kareen's last name?
um,
Do you have a number for her?
yeah. I can't think of her last name offhand.
While you're looking for it, we just get some basic information because we kind of jumped the gun here.
Yeah,
Jessy,
correct.
middle initial,
R
and your last name.
KURCZEWSKI.
Thank you for spelling it for me without me asking.
No problem.
Your date of birth,
2/18/84.
address.
10562 West Cortez Circle, apartment 26, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53132.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I'm cranking all as fast as I can. What's the zip?
53132.
53132.
Correct.
And your phone?
414-514-1039.
And you work somewhere?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, actually, no, sorry. I'm not there anymore. Smiles for Miles is my last position.
But you're unemployed now?
Yes.
Okay. And Kareen?
I can't think of her last name offhand. Oops, I'm calling her. It's 414-916-1010. Can't think of her last name.
No, I can't.
But she did friends like you a long time. Do you meet any
Yes.
apartments or?
No.
No, she went
just
to.
knows
She just knows her?
She went. No, stop. She went to beauty school with her,
Okay.
and then her son is Anthony.
And why would she give the stuff to Anthony? Just because she needed somewhere to put her stuff, or?
She was gonna leave everything to me, but she figured, okay, if I died first, then who's gonna get it? So she left it to the two younger ones that she knows.
Okay. Do you know him at all, or no?
We know each other, but not well.
His name is Anthony, is
Yes.
that? Do you have a number for him?
Yeah. We know each other more so
I know Kareen and I know
From-
Anthony too.
Okay.
from all this. I mean, we've all kind of intertwined. His is.
Let me ask you this, when you're looking again, how are you doing? Because you seem a little upset on the phone.
It's just frustrating, the not knowing. That's what bothers me the most. Because I feel like, had I have been there, could I have done something? That's what I really, and it's just, Kareen calls me every week or so checking in. I spent 3-4 months cleaning up her condo, getting rid of things, and that was hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating because I feel like she was so close to us, and I feel like, if she would have just reached out maybe a little bit more, or...
Well, she did, and you just didn't know what was wrong with her.
I mean,
I didn't know if it's in her
feel free to
head.
chime in here, but you're taking her to the doctor. She was in the hospital 2 weeks prior to her passing. I mean, it's not like
You're talking, this is calls like throughout the night, during the day, it's all the time.
Yeah.
And this has been going on for
She,
years.
before the
Probably
hospital,
a good 5
she
years.
fell 3 times, and me and her neighbor tried to pick her up, which she was very heavy.
She's very tall.
She gained a lot of weight with her stomach issues, and, I mean, we literally were fighting with her on the floor trying to get her up.
She's
And her
very
neighbor's probably 10 years older than her.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, her neighbor was just shocked because she was so sick, and she sat there for probably 2-3 weeks before we got her to go into the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just frustrating because it's like, you need help. And she was frustrated because she kept going in. I mean,
She'd go in, but then she'd turn around and leave.
Well, that's...
Does she have some psychological things going on?
Yeah.
I've never met her, so I
I
don't know.
looked into her records, which I don't know if you have access to, but...
The hospital
yeah.
has a lot of notes on her. She would go in and they would release her right away.
I don't think they know what to do.
I don't know exactly what they would say, and half of what she said you couldn't believe, because she'd tell the doctor, I'm fine, I'm eating. And I'd pull them outside and say, no, she's not. I mean, so it's hard, but she said that they all thought she was psychotic, and all these things listed on her medical records, that she saw a psychiatrist, she didn't, so I don't know if it was what she was saying or what they really thought, I don't know. That's what was frustrating, is because she would tell you one thing, but it'd be different. So,
It'd be different when you talk to the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony's is 414-916-1026.
And you know his last name either.
I do know both of them. They're the same. You know what? I can find out what. Give me 1 second.
Why are you looking? Why you said stomach issues? Did she have diarrhea or is she throwing up?
Both. But She saw a, what is the stomach doctor?
She said gastrointestinal.
She saw somebody
Checked
probably
everything out.
3-4 years back, and ever since then, they prescribed a ton of medications, changed her diet, and she never was the same after that.
Based on your observations, was she taking her medication properly? Because, I mean, they find her.
Yeah.
Obviously, you found her. There was everywhere.
Pills everywhere.
No, the hospital, when she was there and they noticed, they put an actual camera in her room. She had me go to Walgreens and get her prescriptions because they weren't giving her her regular meds. So she pulled off all her stuff. I went in one day and I'm like, why is there a camera in here? And they said, well, we're having some problems. She was never good with her medication. She was really big on her Xanax, was her big one. She never took it. She always was taking more of it than what she
The
needed.
doctors wanted to cancel her on
Yeah, when she was in, they took her off of it. and
these
that was
items
fine.
that she would have already purchased when the doctor was giving them to her, so she'd stockpile on stuff.
Did she have doctor shop? They call doctor shop. We have multiple doctors prescribing the same stuff.
I don't know.
No, she didn't.
Should do that.
Because as a matter of fact, the doctor she had
Took her
wanted-
off of one.
took her off stuff and then said, I want you to see another doctor because I cannot prescribe these things for you anymore. So,
Because people abuse Xanax.
Poza.
Poza.
P-O-Z-Z-A. I knew
That's
I
mom
knew
and son.
they're both the same.
Are they local? I assume they're local for.
They live in Big Bend, I think.
Okay. So they're in the metro area.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could please go to slide 3.
I'm sure this is going to get worse as it goes along. However, she seemed pretty confident with the answers she was given and the information that she had there. I didn't think she contradicted herself anywhere. However, I'm sure that's not the worst of it, and we will see something. They wouldn't play these for no reason. Hopefully you can hear them.
Aaron, this is Jessy and her mother. I'm sorry. Sick.
Towards the end, she really wasn't. I would say probably the last 2 weeks. Not that I know of, was she? Prior to that, yeah.
You're there twice a day and someone's hitting it, you know it.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're taking the trash
Yeah.
out.
No, she had 3 bottles when she passed away still. So, as far as I know, no.
Okay.
Before that...
Because she was hospitalized for like 2 weeks and then she's out for like 4 days.
Yeah.
And then she passes.
Yeah.
So,
As far as I know, she was just drinking
and historically, based on my hospital experiences, they don't let you drink in the hospital.
No.
but she drank in the morning too. She
Yeah.
drank whenever, prior to her being sick the last couple of weeks where she wasn't drinking anything.
Yeah.
Because she couldn't eat, she couldn't get anything down.
And do you know why she's gaining weight if she's not eating?
Exactly.
We couldn't figure it out.
Is it water weight or
She
something?
was...
I don't know.
when she first went in, she was very bloated.
Because I can tell you why I got it.
Well, she's a good eater.
She was
she loved to
very-
cook, but she was not eating.
Sure.
But when
she
she,
hasn't done for years.
when she went in the last time, though, they kept feeling her stomach because they said the same thing. And they took x-rays, and they just said she was extremely bloated, but they don't know from what.
Okay.
Because they would actually push on, and she was in excruciating pain.
The medical examiner gets access to all the medical
Yeah.
records by statute. So,
Yeah.
I mean, and again, I don't tell them, doctors,
Yeah.
but they tell me what happened.
Yeah.
Were you going there to see her at all, or not?
No, I hadn't been out there in a while to see her.
When was the last time you saw her, do you think?
I don't know.
I'd say maybe 2 months before.
2 months prior to her death?
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you.
At least prior to her hospital stay?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the only people that she really saw in the last month was me and the neighbor. The neighbor went to the hospital.
She didn't want nobody. She never wanted anybody out.
I
If
don't-
somebody said they were coming out, other than her or I, she would tell them,
Don't come.
no,
Is it June or Judy?
next door.
Yeah. Jean, sorry, I'm wrong. I don't know her last name, but I do.
I think it's in the report here.
Yeah.
Because she was there, they
Yeah.
talked to her that
Yeah.
day. Jean Tennell,
Yeah.
and she was right next door.
Yeah, she lives right next door.
Okay.
Yeah, because she helped me and pick her up. think 2 days.
Do you have a number for Jean?
Yeah.
We have one, but I want to make sure sometimes
Nope, that's fine.
there's nothing more frustrating. Our deputies sometimes get a little lazy when it gets to phone numbers.
262
Uh-huh.
893 3483.
Was she helping her out too besides you, or mostly just you?
She would help a little if I wasn't there. Lynn would call her, like, 'cause she called quite a few times if she needed something or she fell, and if I couldn't get there quick enough, she would try calling her.
Mm-hmm.
So she would help, or if I knew I was going to be gone, and I knew she was having a bad day, I'd say, can you check in on her or stuff like that. So, and I know she came and visited her once or twice in the hospital too.
Okay. Any other neighbors that she? No.
I mean, they all knew her, but she wasn't really close with a lot. She did have one guy friend that lived further over that would stop every so often, but he didn't even. She pretty much blew everybody off hospital at the end. A lot of people were upset because they call and they say, "Oh, I'm stopping over," and she said, "No, I don't want to see anybody." Or when she was in the hospital, I said, "Do you want me to call anybody?" "No, I don't want." She just.
Sometimes you don't feeling well, you don't want to see no one.
She
had paranoia. She'd never leave her house. That's why she'd do her shop, and even if she could shop, she wouldn't.
She just
She got
wasn't.
to a certain time.
She was a very 5 years before this was. From when I was little to 5 years ago, she was a completely different person. Fun of the party, knew everybody, would bring hors d'oeuvres to the pool for everybody. I mean, she was just a completely different person.
Mm-hmm.
And after her parents died and she got sick, she kind of just withdrew from everybody and everything. She didn't.
If we could please go to the next slide.
Sick. Can I get your name? Is it Jenny or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
And on the show?
M.
Last name?
Flower.
Date of birth?
12/26/1963.
Address?
Same as
The Cortez?
Yep.
You have a cell phone?
414-460-5792.
Anything else you want to tell me that you think's important? Even a small detail.
No, there's nothing I can.
I mean, the crime scene pictures, and I reviewed them before you came here. Obviously, it looks like she was trying to force down medication. The doctor will tell me if that's true or not.
Do I think it's a suicide? Yeah.
You
I
do?
think she...
Because of her psychological issues?
Yeah, and I think when she went in the hospital, that was it for her. That was the last straw. If they couldn't find nothing, she was going to tell them whatever she wanted to get out of there. And I told her that. I said, she just wants to come home because she's going to do herself in.
She was just very, she was just tired of being sick.
Mm-hmm.
And she was frustrated because she wasn't getting the answers. I do know when she first went in, they said she had liver, kidney. She thought she was going to have to go on dialysis. Within a day that improved, they said no. Then after her being there 5 days, they said she has C. diff. She was so excited thinking that was like all her problems.
Well, you get
and then she realized that wasn't, they made her, I think, with what they told her and what she believed, she got excited thinking they finally figured out what's wrong.
She actually thought, she even had her water checked in her house when she bought the condo, the upstairs.
She had them checked for mold. She had a lot.
Yeah,
of
I mean,
stuff.
she
thought
like,
the
she
apartment
was
herself
everything.
was making her sick, or the condo.
How long did she live there?
I think it was 4 years since her
4
parents.
years.
I thought it was like 3, but.
Well, it's either 3 or 4.
How about 3 to 4? There we go.
I know I got the paperwork. Yeah.
Is there an attorney that's handling the estate?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Lisa Martinson.
And the next slide, please.
All right, the only thing I can say there is if her mom, Jenny Flower there, really thought that Lynn was going to go home and do herself in, then she should have stepped in to try to do something else. Because if that's really what she thought, I don't know what else she could have done. But they should have stayed with her, something. If that's what you really think somebody's going to do, you don't just go, okay, we'll see you later, and leave them at home to be able to do that. So that statement kind of bothers me, just from a friend standpoint, and a friend that basically thought you were family. they should have, if her mom thought that, she should have done something more than just say that's what she thought was going to happen.
Can I get your name?
Had 2 friends, and they had set things they wanted, and those were the 2 people that she said I do not want in my house when she passed.
Who's that?
What's Green's brother's name?
I can't even think of it.
If I think of it later, call me.
It's Green's brother, and then Jim, her ex-boyfriend. And they both wanted the same things, and they were the things worth of some value.
What did they want?
She had a very expensive bracelet that she bought about a year before she died. It was a men's Merner link bracelet, and that was the first thing they both asked for. It was I've never seen
One
people
wanted it
so
because the other
sick
one knew.
over. I mean, I was like disgusted over what, they didn't say how did she die, how, what.
Okay, so James never brought that up yesterday when he was testifying, and they never brought it up to James. When Corrine was on the stand, which Keith is Corrine's brother, they did bring that up, and Corrine just said he didn't get it, and they have never seen it again. So that's interesting, because she's now saying, and I am going to assume maybe it's on one of the papers that we've seen of Jim and Keith not allowed in the house, which then she's saying they both asked for that bracelet. I still go back to saying Corrine was asked to come in the house to get what she wanted and should have asked for that bracelet if it was that important. So I'm not going to, it's a bracelet. I'm not going to get hung up on it. It's just interesting. There's one guy that supposedly asked for it, never brought it up yesterday. We haven't seen Keith. I don't know if we will. Corrine definitely brought it up. I don't think it goes to guilt or innocence. Just interesting.
When's the funeral? They didn't ask any of that. They asked, when can I come to her house? Or who's getting the bracelet? I want the bracelet. I mean, actually, Jim set his mom up to ask for the bracelet, too. So that was 3 people, and she would never. It was sick.
How long was Jim the ex-boyfriend?
Over 30 years.
They were dated 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Not that long ago, but
Yeah, it was.
I don't think it was before. No.
They lived at the apartments. That's when I met her. And they
I
broke
think
up.
maybe 20 years ago.
No.
She did a lot for him. A lot.
And that's hanging on 20 years.
Well, he's got a girlfriend, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay, because they broke up 20 years ago. Right?
It's a weird.
Well,
I'm in cahoots with that guy right now. I've had some conversations with him.
Yeah.
I'm also aware of the fact that she has given him money for down payment on his house and only paid him back like $300.
How much did she give him?
A lot.
When you say a lot, you have documents?
Yeah.
And he knows we know.
And he denied
Those
that
are my
yesterday when
words.
asked
He
about
actually
it.
also has very good friends who work for this office.
Was it?
Yeah. His wife's a court reporter for Waukesha, too. Girlfriend.
Sure.
Next slide, please.
And one person.
Well, and
he
whoever
created a lot
stuff
of.
too is really not his.
He created a lot of
His
problems.
name isn't on anything, so why should he? It's not his business.
He was very determined to be in her house and get certain things. She had strict who gets what. We abided by it. But he.
Did he get anything?
Yeah, he did. He got way more than what, because I didn't have a problem with giving away her things.
Do you have an itemized list that you gave?
Mhm. Yeah.
I'll give you a card as my email on it. You want to email me?
Yeah. I also have her itemized list too.
You want to email me that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been an issue. We don't have any conversations with him anymore, but at the beginning he was a problem.
Did he have contact with her toward the end?
No.
No. He
tried. He
tried. When she was in the hospital, he tried.
He called when she was in the hospital.
Yeah, he called.
And he was mad that he wasn't informed.
We had a
and I
birthday
said,
gift to drop off for her, and I said, well, she's in the hospital right now, and her birthday was in June, so why are you calling now?
Yeah.
And she said, do not tell him I don't want him here, I don't want to see him.
She didn't like the way she looked, so she didn't want people around. Because she always was done up.
Oh, so it's
you
good,
know,
and
yeah.
she's,
Yeah.
she didn't look so hot at the end,
Yeah.
based on, you never look so good when you're dead.
No, and the brother is Kareem's brother. I can't think of his name offhand.
Let me think of it, send me an email or
Yeah.
something.
But the two of them, we had a dinner.
But you're pretty sure Jim's not around, just at the end here?
No,
No.
no.
Do you have a phone number for him?
He has.
Or do you know his last
I
name?
threw it out
It's
because I don't want to have any more
It's
contact.
Keller?
Yeah, just
I do have his number.
Kehler.
Kehler.
Because after she passed, he contacted me and said, well, I'm contacting the sheriffs. And I want to know when she was in the hospital and how long. And
He wanted dates and
he-
stuff, and it was like, okay, whatever.
I guess I don't have it in here. I thought I did.
If you find it, send it.
I know I have it. I thought I had it in my phone. But him and we had a dinner afterward, because she didn't want a funeral. She had strict instructions. So we had a dinner, and all of us know each other, but haven't really seen or talked to each other in years, since she used to live on the lake. And, none of us are really close, because we didn't really
But I
hang
know
out
all
together.
these people.
But they were all at the
She's
dinner.
kind of the hub, and
Yeah.
you're all spokes of it.
Yeah. None of us really knew each other together,
So did Jim go to the dinner?
He did. Him and his girlfriend went, and yeah.
Kareen and her husband, and Kareen's brother, Anthony, came.
And a month before.
All right.
Sorry.
Let me grab your card. Do you have any questions? I mean,
No.
once we hear from
I'm
the
really
ME, I'll
good
let
at
you know what's
doing
going
things I
on.
shouldn't do.
But
Do you know, out of
they
curiosity?
gave up to a
Sorry.
year. And they almost.
I mean, it's not like, it doesn't do anything. It's more so, I just wish I knew, It's more so to know if I could have done something.
What I was trying to do was that. Sorry, you missed maybe 20 seconds. So the dinner they were just talking about was never brought up yesterday with Corrine or James. So that's interesting. Not that it changes anything. The one thing I noticed about Jessy is she does not let her mom speak a whole lot. She kind of talks over her a lot. I don't know if she's controlling necessarily. She's definitely assertive, maybe is the word. And maybe it's just she knows more because she was there more. I don't know. But that's kind of bothering me. But again, this detective said, I looked at the crime scene photos. It looks like she was trying to ingest a bunch of pills. He even said, looks like a self-deleting. So everybody is treating it as that until they're not. And Jessy just has a lot of facts. She's came in, either she's well rehearsed or they just are the facts.
That's the hardest part.
We've had a lot of death scenes.
I'd like to know if it's a suicide, but I'd still like to know what led up to her being sick for the last 5 years of her life. Why?
Medical problems.
If it was in her head.
I'll ask the doc when it comes time. But again, our medical exam, she may take up to a year on something. She does it quite a bit.
Yeah.
They're very thorough.
Well, and I'd rather at least, I was excited when they said, I'm not excited, but when they said, that they found something with their heart. They found 5 different things. And that at least was encouraging because I went.
A lot of times there's a lot of contributing factors.
Yeah.
And it's a combination of these things.
And that's what.
The body starts to shut down. So I'm going to go grab you a card.
Detective, is that essentially where this interview ends?
Yes.
Okay. During that interview, do you recall the discussion about a bracelet?
Yes.
Did you follow up on that specific item in this case?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to it?
It was sold to Robert Hack.
What is Robert Hack?
It's a diamond gold place in Greenfield.
Okay.
Wisconsin by Southridge.
Did you actually go there?
Yes,
Did you get records as well?
yes.
Did they indicate who sold that item?
It was Jesse.
In terms of throughout the interview, would it be fair to say there were some things like phone numbers or names that people couldn't remember in the interview?
Yes,
I'd like to show just the witness, States Exhibit 59. Detective, at the end of the interview, were you able to give Ms. Kurczeweski a card with your info on it?
yes,
Would that have included your email address?
yes.
Oh, very, very suspect. And she had to, I think,
Ultimately, did
tell how long she'd been in
Ms.
possession of it
Kurczeweski
too.
email
at the
you to
pawn shop
clarify
before
some
she
of that
could,
information after this
sell
interview?
items. I
Yes.
think she sold multiple items.
And do you recognize Exhibit 59?
Yes.
What does it appear to be?
It's an email that Jesse had sent me.
Okay. What's the email address that this was sent from?
It's JESSROSESKI@gmail.com.
In terms of what the defendant told you she would send you in the interview, is the content of this exhibit consistent with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to please read the third largest paragraph just quietly to yourself and let me know when you've finished.
Well, we have a new court reporter today. We lost our real life Lisa Simpson, if she was a human, court reporter. And I don't mean that in a mean way. She just looked like what Lisa Simpson would look like as a human.
I'm finished.
In March of 2019, did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you that Ms. Hernan had been trying to kill herself all the time?
No.
In fact, in this correspondence, does the defendant indicate she finds it hard to believe suicide?
That's exactly what she says in the email.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of the email in this case?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 59 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 59 is received.
But didn't she kind of
Now,
say
Detective,
in
at
the
a point in
interview that
time,
she wasn't sure?
Did you
She just
try
got
to
out of the
locate
hospital if she killed
a
herself?
lockbox
Sorry,
at a BMO
self-deleted,
Harris
or if
branch?
she died from
Yes.
an illness.
And why?
There was a lockbox in Lynn's name at the BMO Harris in Waukesha.
Okay. Did you eventually go to that location?
Yes.
Were you able to get inside the lockbox?
Yes.
What was in there?
There was a small white stone that appeared to be like a diamond, but I didn't think it was a diamond.
Okay. Any paperwork or currency?
No.
I'd like to show the witness States Exhibit 133, slides 10, 11, and 12, please.
No objection.
You said 113?
133.
I'm sorry, Exhibit 133?
And at this point, I would just be moving into evidence the last three slides, 10, 11, and 12.
And that's what there's no objection to.
Correct.
All right, Exhibit 133, slides 10, 11, and 12 are received.
I'd ask to publish these, Madam Clerk. And Detective, do you see the image before you?
Yes.
On States 133, slide 10, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the exterior of the lockbox that
Okay.
belonged to, or what, that was in the BMO Harris that was registered to Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Moving to slide 11. What can we see here?
This is the photo of the box after we opened it.
Okay. And what about slide 10? I'm sorry, 12.
That's that white stone that was in the box.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
All right, prior to cross, I'm going to excuse the jurors, and we'll let you know when you can come on back in. All rise for the jury, please.
Wonder what's getting ready to happen, but I'm gonna speed her up while she does it. I don't really have a problem with her selling the bracelet. If she thought that they weren't supposed to have the bracelet, I mean, why not sell it if she didn't want it? It's a man's bracelet.
Thank you, be seated.
I don't know. I'm on the fence.
Anyone have the document number for the state's letter outlining the redactions? I can pull that up. Or the date you think it was sent.
So I just located the email, which was sent January 19th of 2023 to both attorneys Galaviz and Kukler. Attached is the letter dated January 19th, 2023 with all of the redactions. I also sent this again on October 10th of 2023.
Was this filed with the court ever?
I don't believe it was ever filed with the court.
Attorney Galaviz, any objection if the state emails that to the court so that I can review that, since that's apparently what we're going to discuss? Detective, you can step down for now.
No, Judge, it's fine.
All right. That explains why I couldn't find that.
I just sent it to your clerk.
I think there may have been a reference to it in a letter to the court, either late summer, early fall, around the time of our jury status,
Right.
but I don't know that the letter was ever.
I think it included a reference to it in the outstanding issues that were provided to the court.
No, just send it, please send it to me. Attorney Nikolai, while I'm waiting for that to be printed, the redactions that you made, do you believe those to be consistent with the court's rulings on motions in limine in this case?
Yes.
And are those why those were made?
I would also note, I believe that they're consistent with the court's ruling on other acts motions and even goes a step further in preventing the jury from hearing things about Ms. Kurczeweski's prior criminal convictions or criminal conduct, even if those are allowed into evidence. So even though the defense never actually wrote any motion for this court to consider about how to, for instance, explain that she appears in custody during interviews, or explain that there was a revocation hearing in this case, or explain that there are two witnesses who only know her from a custodial setting. I have done what I believe to be appropriate and admissible in terms of deleting every reference of the defendant being a felon, the defendant being on a probation hold, the defendant being revoked from a probation hold, the defendant having been in prison or going to prison. And of the probably 12 hours of interviews in this case, I believe that not only myself, but two other individuals now have listened to them at least 4 times to make sure that the clips we have accomplished all of those goals. So I believe at this point the state's gone above and beyond, given the lack of any guidance offered by the defense, despite my numerous requests to talk about that. I think that the response this court was given from defense at one point was just that none of that should come in. So I didn't know what that meant, because we obviously have evidence that she's in custody during some of these interviews coming in. So that's not been addressed, but I did try to strike that from the record the best I could in terms of things she's saying during these interviews. Which is why I took exception and issue to the way the defense characterized the way I was trying with this witness to explain to the jury why these things are clipped out. Because the suggestion was made that Detective Cole and I are trying to hide things, when in reality, it was because his own client talks about either her prior criminal history or the victim's prior criminal history. And I certainly don't want that to continue occurring.
I recall there was a hearing, and it might have been the jury status in January of this year prior to the trial being adjourned that we had scheduled for February, where there was a comment made during our many discussions about, well, none of that's coming in any event from Attorney Galaviz. I'll keep looking for that so I can find that. I think I'm finding it. I have a note to it.
It was at the January 26, 2023 jury status hearing. Attorney Galaviz indicated there were no issues with in-custody status during interviews, but they made a blanket objection to mention of any pins for telephone use, any jailhouse phone calls, any mention of being in prison during probate matter, and then you ordered them to file something, which was never done.
Right, there's some notes about my recollection, of course, of that hearing. Attorney Galaviz saying they need to stay on point. We understand videos of her being in custody at times are unavoidable. There's that discussion about PIN numbers, et cetera.
Well, I'm not going to look it up because it's not coming into this
Reference
case.
to all of this
but
being
I
turned
am
over to the
very
defense
curious
in relation to
of
phone
what she was
calls,
gonna
jail
go to
phone calls,
prison
PIN
for.
numbers, et cetera.
Potentially, maybe. I don't know. And she was already in custody on probation hold.
In any event, I know we discussed that and all these related issues at that prior jury status, and it's true I don't have any particular motion. I believe I also advised the parties I was thinking about a cautionary instruction and asked the defense if they wanted one themselves to send something. I haven't gotten anything. Attorney Galaviz, we should have addressed this long ago. I'm not sure that any of this is timely, but I don't even know what your request is.
Well, again, Judge, as far as a lot of the stuff that's been redacted, we have no
Just
objection.
not
to
impressed by him.
like 95% of it. Anything that discusses revocation hearings, Lynn being in prison, or Jessy being in prison, or Jessy being revoked, or Jessy talking to a probation agent, which is most of this that they redacted, like 95% of it. In relationship to the March 6, 2019 interview, between 26.09 and 26.40, where they're requesting a redaction, and I'm okay redacting the first part of that area where they marked 21.54.
Which clip are we talking about?
The March 6, 2019.
No, I understand that. Which clip? We just watched, I think, 5 or 6 clips from that. Which clip are you talking about?
Well, they didn't show the clip, they redacted.
What is it? Which clips does it fall between?
What are we
I'm guessing
talking
it's
about? They're
between the
not even showing it.
second, first and second.
Oh, he
What's the
loses
time
me.
period?
Did they,
Timestamp?
did they wish redacted?
No, that you wished, I'm guessing that you wish to have played.
Just 26.09 between, and 26.40. In
So
regards to that,
10:26.
I'm just reading the police report. I'm just reading the letter from the state.
I think I can shed some light on this, Judge. There's always two
Daily
different
Hall.
players for timestamps on
Going to mute.
these recordings, and one of them runs along with the player, which is how this redaction list was created. However, once we start putting clips into a PowerPoint, you can't count on that anymore because it starts at 0 every time. So we had to translate all of our times in our exhibits to the timestamp that can be seen in the video with the actual time of the day on it as it runs, and so that's what's listed in all of our exhibits. So that
Do you know, are you able to tell me what 26:09
So-
through 26:40, what time that would be as,
Yes.
in relation to what we just watched?
Right, it would, let me, okay, so it should be between 10:24 and 10:28, roughly.
All right,
Between
thank you.
slides 4 and 5.
Between 4 and 5, okay.
And the content is inadmissible information based on this court's rulings and the motions in limine. It's the defendant claiming the victim was abusing narcotics, marijuana, pills, everything.
Attorney Galaviz, do you agree that that's the sum and substance of that clip?
Yeah, it discusses Lynn using narcotics, was a drinker like pills and like weed.
Well, that would violate my prior
That's
rulings
not coming
in the
in.
motions
Why
in
are we
limine,
talking about
specifically
this?
number 19 of state's motion in limine, document 119 that I've addressed. This would be the second time now that I'm addressing. So I expect everyone to follow the rulings I made in the motions in limine, and I'm not going to be having these hearings in the middle of trial, wasting the jury's time on issues that I've already ruled on. And since we're outside the presence of the jury, if there are questions that violate this, I've been kind right now, and I have not had to give any admonitions in front of the jury. But I'm giving a warning to the defense that if you ask questions that violate my rulings, you run the risk of this court giving an admonition in front of the jury and advising them that your question violates a motion in limine ruling made previously by this court. And if there are questions or insinuations about evidence and why it's redacted, we don't tell juries why things are redacted. And I understand why Attorney Nicolai asked the questions that she did. But if there's a request, meaning if there's a violation going forward, if there's a request from the state that I explain to the jury what's going on, I may very well do that. So unless you tell me there's something I'm missing here, that this is inadmissible evidence based upon my prior ruling, I'm not going to readdress it.
Well, Judge, again, this is the reason I'm bringing it up before the witness testifies, because I don't want to bring it up while he's testifying.
You shouldn't have to bring it up. I've already ruled on it, and your questions on cross should be accordingly.
Right, but under due process, a defendant has a right to present a defense. And
What other acts motion have you filed that would even give the defense grounds for me to address this, other than what I already have? These are clearly other acts of the victim. And the statute, what is it, 90404 applies. There's
Last
no
thing you wanna
motion.
do is
There was
piss
no
off
motion
the
at any point in
judge.
time. There was the state
Don't
filing a
do
motion to
this.
eliminate, to limit it. Other than that,
like him.
no motion from the defense. So any request that you have is untimely. And I'm not revisiting the motions in limine. So we're gonna bring the jury back out. Detective Cole is gonna come back out on the
Stop
stand.
talking, sir.
And you can do your cross, and it needs to be in line with my rulings. Understood?
yes, Judge, can I use the bathroom for 2 minutes?
Yes, you may use the restroom for 2 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Because she just chewed him out, and he deserves it. They just went through this yesterday for my stream, but on Friday, she just went through this. Jesse, tell your attorneys to switch seats because this guy's a mess. He's pissed off the judge. He's ticked off the prosecution. I mean, that's not hard, but don't piss off the judge. I would not, if I was Jesse, I would not want him doing anything else on my case at all. He has messed up everything from the opening statements to right now. This is bad. Yeah, you have a right to a defense, but there's rulings, there's motions, there's all this stuff that happens, and I don't think the judge has been able to pound it into his brain. Stuff is off limits. Stop talking about it. Just for the record, even though I am always harder on the prosecution, I can.
All right, thank you. We have
hard on
Attorney
the defense
Galaviz back.
too,
Go ahead,
'cause
Madam Clerk, and have the jury brought back
He
up.
should have just ran out, just kept walking. I mean, that was bad. Yeah, Jesse, you should just tell him to go away because he's screwing your case up. Something tells me we're getting ready for a ton of objections from the state. Surely he won't be dumb enough to just go against everything the judge just said.
right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Oh, great. Detective Cole, you back up here. Thank you. Have a seat. And Attorney Galaviz, will you be doing the cross?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, when you're ready then. Thank you.
Oh, and he also refuses to use a microphone,
Cool.
so hopefully everybody can hear him.
So as far as your law enforcement experience, you said you were a deputy with the Sheriff's Department, correct?
I was a detective.
So you were hired straight to be a detective?
Nope, was hired originally as a correctional officer.
So you went from correctional officer then to deputy?
Yes,
When did you become a deputy?
1999
And then from there, you became a detective?
and 2001.
And this was all with the Washington Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
And you eventually left the Sheriff's Department and you're an officer, correct?
yes, I retired in May.
Of 2023?
Yes,
And now you're an officer for what municipality?
Houston PD.
And as a law enforcement officer for the Sheriff's Department, what kind of investigations did you partake in?
A variety of investigations, including narcotics, property crime, death investigation, auto theft.
So you did narcotics investigations, so were you working for a special unit?
I have.
And what unit was that?
I worked for the Waukesha County Metro Drug.
And how long did you work there?
I had 3 tours, just under 15 years.
Is it safe to say you had a lot of experience with like prescription drug investigations?
Yes,
Approximately how many cases did you investigate involving prescription drugs?
dozens. I'm sorry, I can't give you an accurate representation. Dozens, I would say.
In what years did that take place, where you investigated prescription drug investigations?
Prescription drugs probably came around in the late 2000s until I retired.
Sir, so in 2018, you were investigating prescription drug scenes and things like that?
I was, at that time, I was assigned the Detective Bureau and General Investigation. So I was doing all types of investigations, including drug overdoses or death investigations.
Did you do any investigations at the federal level?
Yes,
And did they involve like drugs?
it involved drugs, yes.
How many federal cases did you handle?
I was involved in dozens of federal investigations.
Dear police officers, please keep a journal of
Did
every
those
case
involve
you
prescription drugs,
investigate
too?
because they're going to ask you this question
Mostly
every single time.
street level narcotics.
But know if you keep the journal, they're going to ask you why you kept the journal.
And when did you, again, get involved in this case?
In January of 2019.
And that's when the ME, a medical examiner, contacted you?
Correct.
Do you know who from the medical examiner contacted you?
Ultimately, it was Dr. B, but one of her staff called me.
So when this incident, there's been testimony that this incident occurred on October 3rd, 2018. You're aware of that?
Yes,
And from October 3rd, 2018 till January, you were not involved in this case at all.
no.
When the ME contacted you, did you get caught up to speed regarding the investigation?
I guess we started an investigation. I contacted my supervisor and advised what the medical examiner had briefed me on, and an investigation was reopened.
so October 3rd, 2018, this incident happens, and then the case gets closed, correct?
I can't honestly say if it was closed because I don't manage the case operations, but I would say that's probably accurate, that it was not an active investigation. It's probably an accurate assessment.
And do you remember writing a report where your report says you reopened the case?
Yes.
Yourself? And that was in January 2019.
I don't recall when I wrote the supplement.
If I showed you a copy of the supplement, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sure, just show the state first.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a moment. If you haven't marked any exhibits today, that should be marked as, for identification purposes, as 590.
This guy.
592?
593.
Okay, thank you, 593. It'll be marked as exhibit 593 for ID purposes.
Mr. Cole, does that appear to be a supplement that you were involved in?
Yes.
In fact, it has your heading on it, correct, your name?
Yes.
And it's supplement number 27?
If you say so.
And it states reopened case, Detective Chris Cole. Is that
Yes.
correct? It has the date of January 2019, correct?
I think it had a date of July of 19, did it not?
I can show you again if you.
If you could.
Go ahead.
It shows that it was generated on July 18th, 2019.
Yep, what's the next paragraph?
It says in January of 2019.
Correct. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any day now. Come on.
And during this
Can't speed them
time,
up because then they
the
just seem to be
individual
too
who
fast
was
today.
identified as John Fried had contacted the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was in January 2019, correct?
I believe it was after her death, he was contacting the medical examiner's office.
And John Fried, you were aware was the district attorney,
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Here they come.
and you were aware that a person named James Kelleher had contacted the medical examiners too, also in 2019, January?
I know he contacted the medical examiner's office, yes.
And as a result of that, did they contact them, do you know, before the ME contacted you or after the ME contacted you?
I don't know.
So if I was to tell you they contacted the ME before they contacted you, you wouldn't argue with that?
I know that they had both contacted the medical examiner's office prior to contacting me.
And as a result of that, the ME, your case was reopened, correct?
As a result of the medical examiner contacting me, yes.
And you indicated that at that time you had to get up to speed regarding the investigation, correct?
Yeah, I'd never seen it before.
So what did you do to get up to speed?
I reviewed the original report taken the day of the death.
And that's it?
That's what I started with, sir.
Right, and what else did you do to get up to speed?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me, sir.
Sorry.
Well, you had never been on this case until January 2019, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And then the medical examiner contacts you, which causes you to reopen your case, correct?
yes,
So you're going to be assigned to the case, correct?
I was one of the detectives, yes.
you were one of the leading detectives on the case, correct?
At the beginning, yes.
And that was in January 2019, correct?
Yes.
So what did you need to do to get you updated?
I started looking at the parties involved.
I know you indicated that you looked at police reports, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the Pewaukee Fire Department police reports regarding their response and what reports they generated?
At some point during the investigation, yes.
Did you look at witness statements that were on the scene, that were taken on the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall anything else you did? Did you look at photographs?
Yes.
And those were photographs taken on the scene?
Yes.
When was it that did you ever question witnesses in January 2019?
In January of 19, I don't recall when I started talking to witnesses.
Well, you interviewed Ms. Kurczeweski, was it March 6th of 2019?
Yes.
And in that video, that's her mom, Jennifer Flower?
Yes.
So between January and before you questioned her, what additional stuff do you review?
Objection vague.
Overruled, he may answer.
I don't recall. This was 5 years ago, and at the time, when the medical examiner contacted me, referenced the substance found in Miss Hernan, it was still unclear how that substance may have gotten in there, and she was still researching on how it may have been ingested in the body. So basic investigation had started, but as far as when or who I talked to at the time, I can't tell you. I just don't recall.
I understand that. Prior to testifying today, did you review your testimony with the prosecutors?
We had a meeting, yes.
And did you review your testimony with the prosecutors before?
Object.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Well, you met with the prosecutors before testifying today, correct?
Yes.
When did you meet with them?
Approximately 2 weeks ago,
And what was the purpose of the meeting?
to discuss my testimony.
And did they show you the videos that they just played?
They showed me the video, yes, the one we just saw.
Did you review the whole video, the original video with the videos that they showed you?
I reviewed the original video.
And in that video where Ms. Kurczeweski's talking with you, she doesn't believe this was a suicide, correct?
I don't think she ever says that in the video.
But she's kind of questioning whether or not this was a suicide involving Lynn Hernan, correct?
I guess that's my impression, yes.
And she's asking you that she wants you to do more investigation because she doesn't believe this is a suicide, correct? She's pushing it.
She wants to know how she died.
And she's adamant about that, right? I want you to do more investigation. I don't believe this is a suicide, correct?
I don't think she says she wants me to do more
Been an
investigation.
objection.
States the testimony.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You can rephrase.
Well, in that email that she sent you on that same day, she tells you that in the email it kind of states hard to believe a suicide. Correct?
In the email, she states she doesn't believe it's a suicide, yes.
And she wants you or your department to do more investigation, correct?
I'd have to look at the email again, but I don't think she said that in the email.
Well, the email is stamped like 12:06 p.m. on that same day, correct?
It's around there, I believe, yes.
And you had interviewed her at what time?
It was, I believe, started at 10 a.m.
So shortly after she leaves your office, she sends you an email, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything else to attach to that email? Any other documents that you sent?
I believe there were attachments.
What was attached to the email?
I don't recall specifically.
All right, I'm gonna speed this back up. Let me know if you can't understand them, because this dude takes forever.
If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory as whether or not this was attached to the email?
It may.
Kind of wonder if Court TV sped it up because this guy takes forever. And it's making mine
Can you hand
speed
the
up even
document
faster.
to Madam Clerk, please, and I'll take a look at it without argument by either party?
So he didn't take the email back up to refresh his memory if she asked for more investigation. So, I mean, maybe that's what he's getting ready to do. But I'm kind of wondering, did she? Surely she said it.
Email the state showed, is that a full, can you put that up just for my review? And then if it's more than one page, that's all I need to know. Okay. Let me see the parties at sidebar.
Uh-oh. Cool. Somebody's in trouble. This guy's a mess. I can't hear these, so, but they're really hard to fast forward through. But I can hit that little button that I accidentally hit, but I don't know which one I did. Wasn't that one?
An objection, I sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Mr. Cole, I think at the beginning of your testimony, the jury heard a
I agree.
recorded call from Jessy Kurczeweski.
The dispatch center received it.
And did the dispatch center also record the 911 call that was made by Jessy on October 3rd, 2018?
I believe they would have.
And did you listen to that?
I'm guessing at some point I did.
Did you provide a copy of that call, 911 call to the prosecutors?
I don't recall.
So you clearly remember listening to a 911 call, or the 911 call.
I didn't testify to that. I said I would have listened to it if we. I don't recall listening to it. I tend to think I would have listened to it, but I don't specifically recall listening to it.
So as you sit there today, you may have listened to it or may have not listened to it.
That's
I
what
just
he
don't
said,
remember. It's been 5 years.
like 6 times. I'm usually really, really hard on police officers and detectives that when the defense is asking them questions because they always lose their memory of everything. I really think this guy's trying to answer his questions. I just don't think this guy is asking good questions. And he just keeps asking the same question over and over. I don't know where he's trying to get to. He's probably lost half the jury. Yeah, she just needs to say bye to him and put Miss Kukler back over there and just let her run the rest of this case. My goodness, this is awful.
And again, from October 3rd, 2018 to when you got in the case, your office was treating this as a suicide, correct?
I don't know how they were treating it. I wasn't involved until January of 19.
So why did you have to reopen the case?
I reopened the case because my boss told me to reopen the case, and we started an active death investigation.
That wasn't really a good answer, because I was told to. Well, there had to be a reason.
And you were involved, did you ever interview that neighbor that lived next to Lynn Hernan?
I don't believe I did.
But you know your office did, correct?
I believe someone did, yes.
And her name was identified as Jean Tennell, correct?
Yes,
And you got that information from Jessy during the interview, correct?
yes.
And did, to your knowledge, Lynn Tennell confirm what Jessy had told you regarding Lynn?
Objection, calls for hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Well, Jessy had mentioned that the neighbor came over and helped her pick up Lynn several times before her death, correct?
She did state that, yes.
So did you confirm that, anybody in your office confirm that with the neighbor?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled, the way it was asked.
I believe someone in my office interviewed her. You'd have to ask that detective.
Did you personally interview any other individuals?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
In its entirety of the case,
Right, as far as citizen witnesses?
to the best of my recollection, I interviewed John Fryatt, Jim Kellner. There was a trying to think of her name. There was a bartender in West Dallas I interviewed. I can't remember her name. I also met a gentleman in West Dallas and interviewed him too, but I don't recall his name either.
Would that be, if I told you it was Scott Craig, would you object with that?
I don't think I ever interviewed Scott Craig, but I had talked to him.
Did you interview an individual by the name of Autumn Rogers?
Autumn Rogers, did you say? Yes.
Eventually, you got off this case, correct?
Yes.
And you got off the case when you retired?
I was transferred divisions.
So when did you get transferred and taken off the case?
I don't know the exact date.
What approximate month of the year?
I don't know. It was after July of 19. I was transferred several times to specialty units, so the exact dates I don't recall.
But you did make additional contacts with Jessy during your investigation, correct?
I interviewed her several times.
Right, you interviewed her on July 9th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
July 10th, 2019, correct?
Around there, I believe, yes.
And July 11th, 2019, correct?
Sounds about right.
And during those interviews that you had with Jessy, you opined to her that you thought this was a suicide, is that correct?
I may have.
When you interviewed her in July, had you examined the MS report from the lab?
Can you ask that question again, please?
When you interviewed her in July, had you reviewed the NMS report from the lab as far as the test results?
Is that the toxicology report you're referring to?
Correct.
I don't recall if we had that back. I don't recall if I did or not. Counselor, I don't want to sound evasive, but since I retired, I don't have access to the case files. So I was only trial prepped on certain things that I didn't have access to any of the other stuff, like the interview of Jessy. So I remember vaguely. I remember interviewing her, but if you ask me specifics on that, I can't actually. I haven't reviewed it in 5 years or 4 years.
But you were
All right,
involved in those
points
interviews,
for that
correct?
answer,
Yes.
Detective, because
You were, in fact,
I
most of
think
the time in
that's very
charge of the
honest.
interviews in July of 2019, correct?
it's
I would say
refreshing.
I was co-lead with Detective Hoppy.
Is it safe to say prior to your involvement in this case, you had no knowledge about Visine, correct?
That is true.
Is it safe to say you had no knowledge at all that Visine was even lethal, correct?
That is true.
Is it safe to say you had no, strike that, did you do any research yourself regarding Visine?
No,
Well, how did you become familiar with it when you were involved in this case?
Dr. B, she did the research and briefed us.
So when you learned about Visine being lethal, you just learned it from other people?
Yes,
You were just being told what Visine could do or not do, correct?
by Dr. B, yes,
You had personally had no knowledge of it, correct?
correct,
Nor did you do any research regarding it, correct?
correct.
Dr. B or Dr. Brudensky, what keeps referring to, is the head medical examiner there in Waukesha County.
So because of this memory, you probably weren't aware that Lynn Hernan had a prescription drug.
Objection. Move to strike.
Prosecutor's a little feisty
I
today.
don't know what the full question was going to be. So, understanding my previous rulings, you may ask the question again.
Very
Well, you looked
carefully.
at the NSM report, right? From the lab?
I believe I did.
And it listed a bunch of prescription drugs in Lynn Hernan's system, correct?
I believe there were several substances in her system.
And one of those prescription drugs that was listed was baclofen, correct?
I don't recall.
And another drug that was listed was cyclobenzaprine, correct?
I don't recall.
And another drug that was listed was nifedipine, correct?
I don't recall.
This is going to go nowhere.
Do you recall those drugs or that report when you questioned Jessy in July of 2019?
I don't recall.
Did you ever ask Jessy in those interviews about baclofen?
Pretty sure I did not.
Did you ask her anything about cyclobenzaprine
I would say no.
or nifedipine?
No.
When you, if I could show you the report, would that refresh your memory?
It may.
This is the report from July.
I think it's August 8th, exhibit number.
Fair enough. The report from the summer of
Why would he
2019.
ask Jessy about those drugs? Unless she was a doctor or a pharmacist, why would she know anything about them? And other than
You
that,
still have 594 if you want to mark it for
maybe
identification.
she picked up a
because that other
prescription
exhibit was
for
not marked.
Lynn that
Exhibit
was
number
those medications. I don't know. Maybe it's going somewhere that I'm not
25 was a photo.
following, but he's just annoyed me to no end today.
Exhibit number 35, can I? Correct.
Would like to bring it up on our
Sure.
screen so we can.
Go
show
ahead. It's a, I
I
can,
think Attorney Galaviz is hooked up. Just a minute, please.
sure.
Just had to connect it. All right, should be on the screen now. I got it.
Do you want it in front of the witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Should take a moment. It's in front of the witness.
Mr. Cole, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 35. Do you see it on your screen yet?
I see partial of the document.
You see on the far right, there's a page counter and it'll say 1 of 14 right now. Do you see that? Far right.
Far right.
Middle of the screen.
I see it, 114, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Do you see at the bottom of that first page, it states exhibit number 35?
Yep,
Yeah, and the title of that first page is, do you see what it's titled, MS?
Yes.
Labs? And it's dated August 7, 2019?
yes.
Had you seen the first report that came out regarding this case before you interviewed Jessy in July 2019?
I don't recall.
Had you looked at any NMS reports prior to interviewing Jessy?
I don't recall.
But in your interviews in July, you would refer to the tetrahydrozoline level in the NMS report. True?
Can you restate the question? I didn't hear it fully.
Well, in your July interviews of Jessy of 2019, you would refer to the test levels or test level result for tetrahydrozoline.
I may have.
So me telling you that doesn't refresh your memory?
Again, I didn't review the interviews with Jessy prior to the hearing today. So I just don't recall what I said and what I didn't say 4 years ago.
So you don't recall telling Jessy that 60 ng was fatal on tetrahydrozoline?
I may have said that.
Is it safe to say you would know how much Visine it would take to get to any THC level?
I would not know. I'd rely on Dr. B.
So any information that you had was just by talking to Dr. B?
Yes,
And when you mentioned Dr. B, her name is listed on the report, exhibit number 35, correct?
it is.
And Dr. B is Dr. Linda Brzezicki?
Correct.
And you recall, if you can, that throughout those interviews in July 2019 with Jessy, she always told you that she did.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained. State versus Johnson.
Well, in the March 6, 2019 interview, in an email, Jessy, or you opined that it was a suicide, correct?
Well, Jessy emailed me, so I at the time we didn't know. I may have said that we were investigating what we thought originally was a suicide.
And while you were one of the lead investigators on this case, did anyone from your department interview the? I'm going to restate the question. Well, you know that checks were involved in this case, correct?
There's a financial aspect, yes.
That eventually this investigation turned into a financial fraud investigation, correct?
Yes,
And were you still on the case when that was being done?
yes,
And so you were aware that there were checks retrieved or copies of checks retrieved from the BMO Harris Bank, correct?
there were checks received from financial institutions, but I wasn't involved in the financial portion of the investigation.
So as far as you were concerned, you handled none of the financial stuff?
No.
Can this exhibit come down?
I'm sure she will because they're attorneys and attorneys like to talk, but there's really no reason to do any redirect when this guy's finally done. He hasn't done anything. He's not gained
Do you
any ground or
recall
lost
whether or
any
not
ground.
you heard testimony or through your investigation that no one from your department ever located any eye drops at the scene, correct?
I don't believe any eye drops were located at the scene.
And it's safe to say no one was looking for eye drops at the scene, correct?
I would say that's probably accurate, yes.
So it's safe to say that because you weren't looking for eye drops at the scene, there could have been eye drops there at the scene, correct?
I wasn't at the scene, so I don't know.
Well, you saw photographs of the scene, correct?
I did.
And you talked to some of the deputies that responded to the scene, correct?
I spoke to deputies, yes.
And were you informed that no one there at the scene would look for eye drops, correct?
No one mentioned seeing eye drops.
Well, did you ask any of the deputies or anybody, did you guys look for eye drops?
I probably asked them if they saw any eye drops, and no one saw any.
Well, that's because everyone at the scene thought it was a suicide, correct?
I don't know what they thought. You'd have to ask them.
But that's what they testified to so far, but he wouldn't know that because he's not supposed to be watching this. I would assume he's in that group that's not supposed to be watching, but they did think that.
Did, you said you had interviewed an individual by the name of John Fry, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine his relationship to Lynn Hernan?
I believe he was a cousin.
Did you able to determine whether or not he was close to her?
I got the, I don't think they were real close.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge,
I knew it.
Detective, you were asked some questions about meeting with our office. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And was that the first time you'd ever met with our office before a trial you were involved in?
No, that's pretty standard.
Okay. When we had this meeting with you, did any of the attorneys at this table tell you what we wanted you to say?
No.
Are there things that as you sit here today, you just simply don't remember from the investigation in this case?
There's a lot.
Okay. For example, as you sit here today, do you know whether there exists a 911 call from the date of the death?
I don't.
Okay. Generally, would you say that on your cases, if that type of audio is available, that you would listen to it?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about, I believe Attorney Gallivan's phrased it, being taken off of this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did you stop working on the case?
I was transferred
Okay, to what kind of unit, do you remember?
back to the Metro Drug Unit.
Okay. And those interviews that you were asked about from July of 2019, was Detective Hoppy in each and every one of those?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, are you aware that he spoke with the defendant more times than you did?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't ask you to review all those before today, right?
No.
If you wanted to, could you have gotten them on your own?
I would have had to ask the department for them.
Okay, so you can't remotely access even your own files from when you worked here?
No.
Okay. Is it pretty standard that through the department, people are moved and reassigned to different units fairly frequently?
Detectives can be.
Okay. Was that true for you?
I spent a lot of time in specialty units.
Okay. Was that in any way some form of
every
discipline?
time she says, okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Are those specialty units sought after in your department?
Yes.
Okay.
Now you're going to notice it too.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may, excuse me, Officer Coleman, may step down.
Oh, I thought it was detective.
Just the state's subpoena?
Yes.
All right, he may be released then. All right, it's 10:33. This will be an excellent time for our mid-morning break. I'll let the bailiffs know, probably about 15, 20 minutes, but all rise for the jury, please.
Let's see if she's going to say anything, and if not, we'll skip by this. So if you guys can do me a favor and please hit that like button because YouTube likes it, I would appreciate it. Two big mistakes that the defense has made so far. One, his statement, I've drove this into the ground. That guy's statement and opening statements about no one on the earth has ever died from ingesting Visine. I knew that was wrong immediately. Sorry, prosecutor, that was a bad pause on you. Sorry. But that was one, because they're going to hound it, and they've been hounding it. The second one was when they had the head medical examiner on there, the person they keep calling Dr. B, and they brought a bottle of eye drops in that Lynn had in her apartment. And the very first thing I think the prosecution did on redirect was bring that bottle up and have them look on the back of it as a bottle of Theratears, and there is not tetrahydroxyzine, sorry, in that bottle. I think Visine, and there was a couple others that they finally showed have that ingredient. Not everyone has that ingredient. I think that is an ingredient to take the redness out of your eyes. Lynn had dry eyes, so she was using Theratears. That was a big mistake because they were trying to prove that she had eye drops in her apartment, and then the bottle they bring in that is the same bottle at her apartment doesn't have that ingredient in there. That's not good. They still have not proved how Lynn got that into her system, whether she did it herself or if Jessy did it. And we will never know if there were any bottles of Visine in her apartment because they'd never processed that. And they keep trying to hammer that home because really that's all they have for that. I don't think they've connected the dots that Jessy gave her the Visine yet. But it didn't look good when the only bottle there didn't have that ingredient in there that was lethal. So I'm going to see if the judge has anything to say. If not, we'll fast forward through this break. Should probably make a record about the sidebars.
Thank you. Be seated. I do have to place on the record the one sidebar. It had to do with what was ultimately not marked as an exhibit, even for identification purposes. They were printed documents, and the objection from the state was that they're not the same thing. And when I reviewed the email on Attorney Nicolai's computer, what is attached to that email are photographs of documents, not the documents themselves. In fact, some of them are difficult to read given how they were photographed. And so I sustained the objection because what Attorney Galaviz had, while appearing to be the documents that may very well have been attached, are not the same thing as what was included. And so therefore I sustained the objection. I think that was the only sidebar we had. I'll give you all your break. And then I believe the next witness, I'll need to address the state's motion.
I believe so.
All right, so the defense should be prepared to discuss that after the break. All right.
Do you have a document number on that filing?
I thought it was 593, but it says 592 on it.
Did I make a mistake?
I have 593.
Are we talking about the email?
I'm sorry, I was referring to a motion that was filed by the state.
Okay, I thought, I may have mismarked it, Teresa.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
All right, we don't need to hear this. Oh, by the way, hope the guy's attorney is not going to argue this next motion in front of the judge that he's already ticked off today. That probably won't go well. Oops, helps if I hit play. Oopsies.
All right, we are back on. The record appearances are as they were before. I think Attorney Sisberger might be in the hallway, but I do want to address this motion from the state dealing with dual subpoenas. Obviously, we had some witnesses at the end of the day on Friday that were subject to dual subpoenas, and they were not released. I've read through the motion. Attorney Nicolai, anything else you want to state as it relates to that or put on the record?
No, it's really all contained in the filing.
All right, what's the defense position?
Judge, we object to you granting that particular motion. I don't think it's our responsibility to provide an offer of proof. When the state wants to release a witness, they're under our subpoena. We have the right to present our case and our defense at the time that the case turns to us. It would be very difficult for us at this moment to say exactly, well, I don't think we're required to give what other testimony we might want to elicit. The only person I can think of that falls in that category was Green Posa, but maybe there was someone else.
James Kelleher was not released from his
Oh, and
either.
James Kelleher. I mean, we had both of those witnesses under subpoena. We plan to elicit certain information. In respect to Ms. Posas, I know that there was something that was not brought into the trial that we will want to introduce. So, I mean, we have the right to present our case, but the state doesn't have to provide some kind of offer of proof every time they present a witness.
I don't think an offer of proof is needed, but I spent some time thinking about this as well. I think under 90611, I have clear authority to
She loves that rule.
address when there are dual
All the time.
subpoenas. While I don't believe an offer of proof is perhaps the right mechanism, I want to be mindful of the time for these witnesses as well. This isn't your typical 2-3 day trial where it really wouldn't be an inconvenience or hardship. This is a multi-week trial where the state has indicated their case in chief will take 8 to 9 days of testimony. So that puts us into late this week, early next week for when they will wrap up their case. Under 90611, what I would like to see going forward is that the defense, if there is going to be an objection to releasing an individual from a subpoena, that you provide a strategic reason as to why this witness cannot be fully examined on cross-examination. I mean, on the one hand, if you do this when the state calls the witness, you have the ability to cross-examine and ask leading questions, which you won't otherwise have. You'll have to ask non-leading questions when you call this witness during your case in chief. So I also thought about, well, if we get done with direct, cross, and redirect, I could say, all right, under 90611, please consider this your witness and ask your questions and require you to ask your questions at that point in time while they're still here. Again, absent a strategic reason, I want to go forward in this fashion. Obviously, we have the 2 witnesses who already have testified and they remain under subpoena and they'll be subject to my prior orders for exclusion of witnesses. But going forward, and we'll do this, of course, outside the presence of the jury, I will just need to be alerted to who these witnesses are so that we can do them outside the presence of the jury. I believe the next witness is subject to a dual subpoena. Was that Mr. Craig?
I would actually ask the defense be required to give us that list because it's very unclear every time you ask. I'm just relying on what our witnesses have indicated in terms of whether they've received a subpoena or not, but there seems to be some confusion every time that question comes up. I think it'd be helpful if we had a list of the people that are under a defense subpoena as opposed to just.
I haven't required the state to provide a list of who you're going to call every day, and I'm not going to micromanage them. Now, if you guys want to alter that, and that's what the state does, so we can, but I'm trying to balance what you all have asked me to do, and I've required the parties to meet and confer, so unless you want to change that procedure, I'm not going to require them to do that.
Judge, frankly, it just appears that the state's being held to a different standard. Every day, we're answering questions about how many people and who's next and what the order is that we're not required to do. Obviously, we're getting absolutely no information about, for example, why Mr. Kelleher can't be in the courtroom. He's been at every hearing in this case because although he's not a statutory victim, he feels like a victim and was very close to the victim. And he would love to be here, right? But there's this kind of unsaid reason that he needs to be recalled, and I don't really think that that's fair.
I understand that, and I'm changing the rules midstream here, and unfortunately, Mr. Kelleher and Ms. Posa fall under the old way. But as it relates to, I'm not putting the state to a different standard. Under 90611, I think it makes sense, and I think there's a due process component as well for the state to, at the end of each day, give the defense, or whatever point in time during the day you want to do it, a heads up on who you believe the next witnesses will be. I'm asking you to do it on a day-by-day basis. I'm not asking you to map out everything in advance. It's to hopefully help the defense in a way be prepared for, what's coming up next. But in the same way, I do think it's reasonable that the defense provide a definitive answer as to whether someone's currently under subpoena. Just being on a witness list is not sufficient. They have to have been served appropriately with a subpoena. So this next witness, Mr. Craig, has the defense subpoenaed this individual and served it appropriately under the statute.
So for clarification purposes, Your Honor, then does that mean going forward, the defense is now going to be allowed recross with every witness? Because
No,
that's-
you will be allowed recross if they are under subpoena. The whole point, I shouldn't have to give you all a lesson on what is direct, what is proper cross, and what is proper redirect. I don't typically allow recross unless somehow there's been an opening of the door. And it won't be recross that I'm allowing you. It will be if they're under your subpoena, you will then commence your direct examination. So you have two options. The one is during your full opportunity to cross, you can ask all of those questions and take advantage of those witnesses being, you can lead those witnesses should you choose.
Well, I guess my comment on that, Your Honor, would be that that is unfair to make us do our direct examination of defense witnesses during the midst of the state's case. We should be able to present our case in the order we want at the time that is allotted to us.
We need to be mindful of these witnesses
I
as
do
well.
appreciate that.
And so this next witness, is he under subpoena from the defense?
Yes,
And he's been served?
yes.
All right.
So is Your Honor saying that we cannot call him in our case? You're not going to allow us?
No, I'd like to be able to release witnesses. If you choose to recall them, I guess that's fine. What I'm saying is I'm giving you a choice. You can, if I'm not going to allow recross, but if you'd like to start with direct and then it goes to cross and then you will end with redirect, that will be the procedure that we follow. Again, unless you can give me a strategic reason as to why I should have this witness come back, 10 days from now, 9 days from now, and have to come back in and testify a second time. This really has to do with the being mindful of the witnesses who are here and their time. Some of them, yes, have been here previously. I put very little on that. I have an exclusion order for a reason. So let's talk about Mr. Craig. I'm presuming I'll transition, we'll get done with redirect, and I'll say, then the defense, since this witness is also under dual subpoena, you may commence your direct examination. I have authority under 90611. Witnesses are called out of order all the time in cases. Sometimes for the convenience of the attorneys, of the parties, of the witnesses, sometimes for our jury as well.
I guess my comment on that is I don't want to do my direct examination of Mr. Craig today.
Give me a strategic reason as to why I should continue his subpoena to a later point in time.
I just don't believe I have to give a strategic reason.
I don't
or
think
It's
so.
a
indicate to
rule
the
that I
judge on
am
this,
imposing under
but I don't know the rule.
90611,
But that's our
given the
favorite
length of
rule.
this trial, given the courtesy to the witnesses. I'll give you a full and fair opportunity. That's not the issue here. And the jury will be advised that they're now a defense witness as well, so that it's very clear. We can demarcate that in any way. But just give me a strategic reason as to why.
I don't want you to indicate that this witness is here today for the defense. I'm not asking for that.
Your
I don't
objection's
want you to
noted
do
for
it.
the record.
And
But unless
also-
you can tell me there's some additional investigation that was done by the defense, that is different information that goes to the defense, my understanding is most of these witnesses right now, at least the ones that we have seen, have all been part of the investigation done by the sheriff's department. This is information that has been provided from the state to the defense.
And again, when you compare, Your Honor, to cases, as you indicate, this is not similar to a case that's a 2-day or 3-day trial. I agree with that. This is a trial that's scheduled to last weeks where my client's facing a life sentence. So I just think that it's unfair to manage the defense case in the manner that you're proposing. I can't say that we will or won't call Mr. Craig going forward. We'll have to evaluate what was elicited during the state's case and make a strategic decision once the state rests. Certainly, we try to ask everything that's important at the time that the witness is here. But I think we have a right to reevaluate it once the state closes their case and look to see if there are other things that were not brought up through deliberate or inadvertence, whatever the reason is. But we have a client facing a life sentence. And I want the opportunity, once the state closes their case, to reevaluate the witnesses, to make that decision.
I'm not saying I won't give you that opportunity because I think that's a fair assessment, but I still don't see how that should interfere with the requirement that I'm putting on the defense to ask this witness all the questions that you have. If something comes up at a later point in time and you say, we want to recall them, I'm not saying you're not going to have that opportunity. It's really about releasing them.
I get what she's trying to do. She's trying to keep things flowing and make these people so they don't have to take off work all the time, or again, whatever. It's not all the time. However, I think if I was sitting in the jury and I know that we're on the state's case and they're presenting their case and they bring in a witness and then the defense cross-examines them and then the state redirects and then all of a sudden now it's the defense direct, I would be confused of why that is happening. And two, doesn't that kind of give the state a look into what the defense's strategy is and what their case is? I think Judge Doro is very fair. She's very thorough. She loves this rule. Obviously, I'm not an attorney. I have no legal background. This is my opinion, and that's it. I don't like it. That's probably one of the most unfair things I've seen her do, in my opinion. I don't blame the defense for arguing this as hard as she is. Why should they have to, in the middle of the state's case, have cross and then potentially direct of a witness like that? I don't know. Obviously she's doing what she's doing and this defense attorney's fighting for it. I would say she can do what she's doing and it won't be an appeal issue because I think she's really thorough. She likes her records. She likes this rule. But it doesn't feel right. And it feels like the jury could get very confused on why things are happening the way that they are.
From subpoenas at this time, and being mindful of their time as well. So I'll even let you make that decision. I was hoping I could do it ahead of time. Again, you all know your cases, I presume, very, very well. I have never read any of these reports. All I have is a criminal complaint and the testimony and evidence that I've heard to this point in time. I'm not asking you for an offer of proof. I'm just simply saying under 906.11, I want some type of strategic reason as to why this witness can't be released from the subpoenas. You can do that after all of the questions have been asked. But please, please do your very best to make sure these witnesses are fully questioned. We've had a significant amount of cross-examination, sometimes more than the direct examination. And so that's just my observation. Most of the times I don't think this is really an issue. And we're just going to do this one by one. If that means I have to excuse the jury and we make a record of each one, then so be it. But again, I'd like to keep us moving and I'd like to be mindful of the witnesses' time and that this is done in a way that, yes, affords due process, the opportunity to be heard, the opportunity to not only cross-examine witnesses, but to call her own witnesses. I understand all of that, and I'm not unmindful of that. If in the meantime you find any case law that you think undermines my decision, please let me know. But I do believe under 906.11 I have the ability to control the order of interrogation of witnesses, even those that are under dual subpoena from both the state and the defense. All right, with that, then anything else I need to address before bringing the jury in for the next witness from the state?
No.
From the defense.
I think I left a new flash drive up for Madam Clerk and one on the state's desk too.
So I will say, I have seen witnesses called out of order. I have never seen what she is saying she wants to happen. But I have also seen many times when a witness is done and they step down, they will ask the state or whoever's putting their case on, is this witness excused from the state subpoena? Yes. Is this witness excused from the defense's subpoena? That answer is yes or no. And whatever that answer is, that's what the witness walks out the door with. I've never seen, the state is the one that's objecting to this. They objected Fridays. She said no. Then they apparently filed a motion. She's now rethought about it. I think it's bad. I think it's a bad look. And I think the defense attorney, I mean, right, she's facing life in prison, and they ought to be able to present their case the way they want to. And this James Killier, or whatever his name is, that wants to be in the courtroom because he feels like a victim. They weren't even that, in his own words yesterday, hadn't even really spoke that much towards the end of her life. They quit dating in 1993, quote unquote, remained close, but didn't have a whole lot of communication with each other. You know, it's whenever she went into the hospital, he still had her birthday gift from June, which, you know, that's here, I guess, neither here nor there because stuff happened. But he hadn't talked to her in quite a while. So I'm not sure why he would feel like a victim. I don't know. I don't know. She's made me uncomfortable with this. Not that she cares, but I don't like it.
And Madam Clerk, did you confirm that
That was exhibit 593.
it was properly marked?
I corrected it. It was marked as 592, but then I was handed a different 590.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, by the way, that blonde woman back there that I thought might be Jesse's mom, clearly not Jesse's mom.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
I think she must be a reporter or something. She
All right, the
takes a ton
statement
of
called.
notes.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State call Scott Craig.
Good morning, Mr. Craig. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It's at the front of the courtroom. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Scott Craig, Scott, last name Craig.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Craig, how old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
And what kind of work do you do?
I work for a local company as a structured cabling surveillance technician.
And how long have you been working in that field?
25 years.
Mr. Craig, do you know a woman named Jessy Kurczeweski?
I do.
And is the woman you know as Jessy Kurczeweski in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please identify her by where she's seated and perhaps what color her shirt is?
She's right over there in the peach colored sweater.
Thank you. I'd ask by pointing and describing her shirt, Mr. Craig has identified the defendant, Ms. Kurczeweski.
The record will reflect.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, how is it you know Ms. Kurczeweski?
We were boyfriend and girlfriend for 3.5 years.
What was that time span? From when until when were
Interesting.
those 3 to 3.5 years?
From spring of 2016 till the summer of 2019.
Did you meet her in spring of 2016, or had you known her previous to dating her?
We were acquaintances previously, but formally talking to her was spring of 2016.
And over that 3 to 3.5 years, would you say the relationship became serious?
Yes.
Did you ever live together?
Yes.
For how long did you live together?
Probably 3 years.
And was that at a house you purchased together or one of your previous homes? How did that work?
I rent a home and she most of the time lived with me. She was also living with her mother at the time, but for the majority of the time she was living with me.
And did the two of you ever have children together?
No.
To your knowledge, did Ms. Kurczeweski have any children of her own?
No.
Do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And did Ms. Kurczeweski take well to your kids?
Yes.
Did your kids seem to like her as well?
Definitely.
And how many kids do you have, sir?
4.
Was that true of all 4, would you say?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. While you were dating for these 3 to 3.5 years, what kind of activities would you do together?
We would go out to local pubs. We had common friends, so hung out with friends, had, barbecues and things at the house, at other people's houses. Sporting events for the kids. My kids were heavily involved in sports, especially my daughter at the time. So we would go to softball tournaments throughout Wisconsin, sometimes in Illinois.
Okay. Did you and Ms. Kurczeweski ever go to casinos?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you went together?
It was off and on. Sometimes we would go, 2 to 3 times a month. Sometimes more than that. Sometimes we wouldn't go for months on end.
Okay. And was that true of that kind of sporadic in those 3 years or 3.5 years you were dating?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what Ms. Kurczeweski was doing for a job while you were dating her?
She had a job at a dental office I knew of, and then she had another job at another medical type office as a administrative type job within another medical office.
Were those 2 jobs she was working at the same time throughout the 3 to 3.5 years, or were they different times?
They were different times.
And was she, to your knowledge, consistently employed that total 3 to 3.5 year time span?
No, for the first 6 months, I knew she did not have a job. So she didn't have a job, I knew, for about the first 6 months.
Okay. Beyond that first 6 months, did you believe she was employed consistently for the rest of your relationship?
Yeah, there was probably maybe a couple month period between those 2 jobs that she wasn't, but then she ended up getting another job.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Ms. Kurczeweski how much money she made at these jobs?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you ever group your bills together, for example?
Bills themselves, no, we didn't group our bills together.
Did you ever add her to any credit cards as a second user?
No.
Did you add her to any of your bank accounts as a second user?
No.
Did she add you to any of her accounts that you know of?
No.
Okay, so you kind of kept your finances separate from one another?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, you just have to answer out loud so the woman
Sorry.
in front of you can take it down.
Sorry
It's
about
okay.
that.
Now, when you would go to the local pubs, as you said, did you pay attention to how much money Ms. Kurczeweski would spend?
At times I would pay attention, at times I didn't, because, it's not my business of how much money somebody's spending or not spending all the time. So there were times I did, but times I didn't.
Okay, and when you went out, you would spend your own money, correct?
Yes.
Okay, roughly how much money would you spend out at a night at the bars?
It would,
Background?
Well, I'm just trying to establish what he spent and what he was paying attention to Ms. Kurczeweski spending for rounds 2 and 3 classes.
All right, overruled, he may answer.
it would vary from what we spent. Sometimes we go to the bar and we spend $50. Sometimes we go and spend $100 a piece. It would just depend on the day or the evening or what was going on for that particular trip to the bars.
Okay. And you referenced we would spend. Is it fair to say you and Ms. Kurczeweski were either you might pick up the bill sometimes or she might pick up the bill for the both of you at times?
Yeah, correctly. I mean, sometimes I would run a tab and it would be all under, some night it would be all under my tab. There'd be nights that it would all be under her tab.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't really your business how much anybody else was spending, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't really pay attention to what Ms. Kurczeweski was spending. Is that fair?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about these times you would go to the casinos? Did you pay attention to how much Ms. Kurczeweski was spending?
At times, yes. She would probably do the same with me. We would tell each other how things were going as we were there.
Okay. And anything that stood out about Ms. Kurczeweski's spending at the casino to you?
At the time, no.
Okay. How much money would you typically spend at the casino on a given night?
Again, it would vary. Sometimes you'd spend $100. The maximum I probably lost at a casino was maybe $1,000. Sometimes we would have win money, so it was different every single time.
Let's talk about that for a second. When you would win money, what kind of amounts are we talking about?
Sometimes you win a couple $1,000s. Sometimes it would be a few $100s. Then you would maybe take that and try to, go and play some more, or just leave and go home with the money that you won.
Okay. When you say you would sometimes win a couple $1,000s, is that around 5,000, less, more? How would you put it?
It would be mostly probably less than 5,000.
Okay. Prior to October 3rd of 2018, did you ever win any jackpots bigger than $5,000 that you can remember?
Prior to that, no.
Did you ever see, up until October 3rd of 2018, did you ever see Ms. Kurczeweski win any big jackpots while you were with her?
No.
Okay. So nothing over $5,000 in your time with Ms. Kurczeweski up until October 3rd of 2018?
Correct.
Now, after October of 2018, was there a pretty big jackpot you won?
Correct.
How did that go?
We were at a casino late one evening and we won a jackpot. I think it was in November of 2018 for $70,000.
Okay. Now, you said we won that.
Yeah.
How did the two of you both win that jackpot?
Well, we ended up sitting together, so we always kind of said, we would always mostly try to split what was happening when we were at the casino. So when I say we won it, we were sitting together at the machine.
Understood. And did you split that jackpot then 50-50?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the money and sort of deposit it in your account and then give her a check, or did she do that, or how did it work? How did you split it?
When we left the casino, we each got $5,000 cash, and then Jesse received a check for $60,000.
And did she ever share some of that $60,000 with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did she write you a check, do you think?
I'm not sure how it was. I'm not sure how it was given to me. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Beyond that $70,000 jackpot in November of 2018, any significant jackpots that you can remember while at the casinos with Ms. Kurczeweski?
No.
Switching gears a little bit, this was a serious relationship with Ms. Kurczeweski, you said, correct?
Correct.
Did you meet family members of hers?
Yes.
Specifically her mother, Jennifer Flower?
Yes.
How many times would you say you met Jennifer Flower?
I would probably say 8 times, 9 times.
Okay. Did you meet any other family members of Ms. Kurczeweski?
I met her grandmother.
Did you know of a Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Lynn Hernan?
No, I did not.
How is it you knew about Lynn Hernan?
When I first met Jesse, throughout those first few months, she told me of a friend of hers that was like a mother figure, and her name was Lynn.
Did you know anything more about Lynn sort of early on in your relationship, other than it was a family friend of Ms. Kurczeweski's?
At the time, no, I didn't really know anything else. I knew she lived in Pewaukee. Jesse talked to her, a few times a week on the phone, went and visited her. So I just knew of her as a good, close friend of Jesse's.
When you met Jennifer Flower, Ms. Kurczeweski's mom, was that at your request, or did Ms. Kurczeweski want you to meet her mom?
I think she wanted me to meet her.
When it came to Lynn Hernan, you said Ms. Kurczeweski was going out to Pewaukee to visit her?
Correct.
Where were the two of you living? What municipality?
West Allis.
So she was leaving your house in West Allis to go to Pewaukee?
Correct.
How many times per month, if you had to say?
At least 4 times, at least once a week, for sure. 4 times a month. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever ask you to come with her on these visits?
No.
Was there ever a time that you offered to come with on a visit to Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
And did you get to go then?
No.
Why not?
She said that Lynn was kind of a recluse. She didn't feel, Lynn didn't feel good about herself, and she was kind of just kept to herself, and she didn't want to meet people, I guess.
Okay.
That's kind of how it was left.
And was that sort of explanation consistent to you between 2016 and 2019?
Yes.
So you never met Lynn Hernan?
No.
Up until about spring of 2018, so for that first 2-year period, how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Kurczeweski? Was it pretty solid? Was it sort of off and on? How would you describe it?
It was pretty solid. I mean, there were times where, like normal relationships, where things would get a little, I don't even know how to say it. I guess I don't know how to answer that. I mean, where you have, small problems here and there, but it was pretty solid.
Okay. You've referenced that your relationship with Ms. Kurczeweski went until the summer of 2019, correct?
Correct.
What was it that happened in the summer of 2019 that caused that end to the relationship?
When the Waukesha Sheriff's Department came to my house and took her away.
They arrested her.
Correct.
Did they do anything else as it relates to your house?
Yes.
What was that?
Obviously, they were looking for evidence, pretty much destroyed everything in my house as far as ransacking it, looking for things.
They had a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they searched your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Correct, yes.
Thanks, Judge. And they went through everything you said?
Correct.
Did they at some point talk to you
Yes.
at your house that same day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day that was specifically?
July 9th.
Of 2019?
Of 2019.
In that conversation, some Sheriff's Department personnel had with you, did they ask if they could have your cell phone?
Yes.
Did they tell you why they wanted your cell phone?
They basically just said that they...
Sustain.
Did you give over your cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you get that cell phone back rather quickly?
Yeah, yes, within 2 days I got it back.
Okay.
2 days later.
Was it your understanding that police wanted to look through your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were agreeing to give them your phone for?
Sustain is to the form of the question.
Okay. Mr. Craig, why did you give your phone over to the sheriff's personnel?
So they could use it as gain evidence from my phone, I guess, going through calls and text messages.
Okay. Did they ever tell you you were a suspect of anything?
No.
In fact, did they tell you quite the opposite?
Yes.
Object.
As to leading?
Object to hearsay.
What was it from a mind?
Object to leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question, he may answer.
What was the question again?
He'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
Were you ever led to believe in this conversation that you were a suspect in anything?
No, I was not.
So when you say you gave over your phone so the sheriff's department could look for evidence, what do you mean by that?
Well, at the time, I didn't know what anything meant. I just figured that was standard protocol for what they were doing.
Okay. I'd like to bring up Exhibit 183, please, just as a witness.
All right, hang on. I got to answer. Bree's question. Yes, the defense did say that they have subpoenaed him as well. And that's what the argument was about, because they had the two witnesses on Friday, which was Lynn's supposed best friend and then Lynn's ex-boyfriend, who they did not release from, the defense did not release from their subpoena. The state objected to them not releasing Kareen at the time. The judge said, I'm not going to tell the defense how to run their case. And then apparently they objected to James Kellier, or however you say his last name, not being released from the defense subpoena as well. And they filed that motion today. And then, so they're still under subpoena by the quote unquote old rules that Judge Doro said. And then this guy is also under subpoena by the defense. He's under the new rules. And I believe they may do the state's direct, the defense's cross, the state's redirect, and then the defense will have to call him as a witness. Because I think that the judge noted the defense's objection, but it's overruled. So it's on the record that they objected. And so I don't know. It's going to be interesting what happens when they're done with the direct, cross, redirect, because they may not be prepared for the defense may not be prepared for their direct. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. And the judge also said, I think at the end of her ruling, putting on the record, whatever she was doing, that they could recall him during the defense's case. So if he's subject to recall, he's not going to be released from his subpoena. I don't understand what she's doing. This doesn't make any sense to me, because I don't think she's saving any time or anything. I think she's confusing everything.
It's up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Craig, can you see Exhibit 183 based on that little sticker in the bottom right corner in front of you on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And if I could have Mr. Vulcan here scroll down to page 5 of that exhibit. Mr. Craig, are you able to see how many pages that exhibit is?
According to the right side, it says 5.
Okay. And if you could just, as Ms. DeVulcan here slowly scrolls up, could you just read, actually, let me ask you this first. In reading some of the messages that are on the screen, do you believe you know whose phone these messages were taken from?
Thank you. Yes, they're from Jesse's phone.
From Jesse's phone?
They were, kind of looks like a conversation between Jesse and I.
Obviously
Okay.
not Jesse's phone. Probably
Do you know
your
whose phone they were taken off?
He's telling you the wrong answer. You gave the wrong answer. It's your phone.
Looks like my phone.
There you go. Just guessing.
Regardless, as you read through these messages, you believe this is a conversation between yourself and
Regardless.
Jesse, you said?
Yes.
'Cause you're
Is that Jessy
getting it
Kurczeweski?
wrong.
Yes.
And as we slowly scroll up the 5 pages, more technological
No.
difficulties.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened.
Bear with us,
Exactly.
Mr. Craig. We'll get it back up for you. Yeah. We have to go
Big
with
face
hard
palm.
copies.
Let me just-
why I'm having Skittles for lunch. They're nutritious and delicious.
There you go, back up.
It's back up.
Oh, thank you. Keep these just in case. Can you start scrolling up, Mr. Vulcan? Oh, thank you. And Mr. Craig, to be fair, prior to testifying today, you and I met with one another, is that correct?
Correct.
And I showed you certain portions of these messages that I'd probably be asking you about during today's trial, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you've seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us generally what this conversation with you and Ms. Kurczeweski was about?
It seems that we were out one night and we got into an argument about, I really don't know exactly what it was about, but this happened from time to time where we got into arguments and looks like I was very upset and I was trying to break up with her.
In what date was this conversation, as we've scrolled up from page 5? Do you recall what date that conversation took place?
Looks like 5/13 of 2018.
Okay, so about mid-May of 2018?
Yes.
And if we could go to page 2 of 5. And Mr. Craig, do you see on the left side, and if we can actually scroll down, Mr. Vulcan here, just on that same page 2 of Exhibit 183.
Judge, I believe that the witness should be asked the question and only shown the exhibit if he needs to refresh his recollection.
Has not been offered yet, so you lay a little more foundation and then we'll go from there. I'll sustain the objection at this time.
I think the proper foundation will be laid through a later witness, but he has testified that this is a conversation he recalls between himself and Ms. Kurczeweski.
I haven't established how he knows that.
Understood. Mr. Craig, how is it you're able to say this is a conversation you had between yourself and Ms. Kurczeweski?
I guess I don't understand the question.
And you can stop publishing, stop publishing to the witness, please. I want him to answer the questions from his memory.
As you looked through those messages briefly, do you recall having that conversation with Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
Okay. And
Bits and pieces of it, yes.
understood. And in the midst of that conversation, you said it appeared to you or you recall trying to end the relationship with Ms. Kurczeweski.
Correct.
And around that time, May 13th of 2018, you recall Ms. Kurczeweski telling you something about Lynn Hernan.
Yes.
What was that?
That Lynn had overdosed on pills,
Okay. And did she say what happened as a result of Ms. Hernan overdosing on pills?
that she was admitted into Freighter because she was in a coma.
And did she tell you anything else subsequent to that about Lynn recovering or anything like that?
It was about recovered. I guess I don't understand.
Sure. So in May of 2018, you said Ms. Kurczeweski told you that Lynn Hernan was in a coma after overdosing on pills, correct?
Correct.
Was there ever a time after May of 2018 that Ms.
to know if
Kurczeweski
she
told
lived or
you
died.
something along the lines of, hey, great news, Lynn is recovered, she's back home?
Jeff, leading.
Sustain, rephrase.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you any news or updates on Ms. Hernan's condition?
Yes.
And what was that?
She
That
recovered and she's
nothing has
home.
changed with her condition. She was still in the hospital and in a coma. And that was it.
So that was in May of 2018? Yes?
Yes.
If we fast forward to October of 2018, did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you any news about Lynn Hernan?
Yeah, that's in October of 2018 that she had passed away.
Where did you believe Lynn Hernan passed away?
In Freighter Medical Center
And why did you believe that?
because she was in a coma at Freighter.
Who gave you that information?
Jessy.
So you believed between May and October of 2018 that Lynn Hernan was in a coma at Freighter?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you that was not true?
After the fact, after her arrest, on phone calls from the prison, yes.
So is that how you first found out that entire story about the coma and Freighter was untrue?
No, that's not how I found out.
How did you find out?
I found out 2 days after Jesse's arrest from Detective Hoppy.
You remember looking at messages between your, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember in August of 2018, did you and Ms. Kurczeweski take any trips that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you look at any messages prior to testifying where you indicated to
Wrong answer again, sir.
another person in your life that you were taking a trip?
Yes.
And where was that trip to?
Wisconsin Dells.
You recall who that trip was with?
Jesse.
And do you recall roughly what time?
I don't recall what time of day.
No, what time of year was that trip?
Oh, it would have been I don't recall, actually. In summer, possibly.
Somewhere,
I
what
don't
year?
know.
2018?
Did you and Ms. Kurczeweski go to the Wisconsin Dells often, would you say?
No.
How many times do you think you and her went to the Dells?
We probably went once together personally, but there was a couple other times where my daughter had softball tournaments and we were maybe in that area.
On any of those trips, whether they were just you and Ms. Kurczeweski or for your daughter, did you bring Lynn Hernan along with you?
No.
Moving ahead to early 2019, you were still with Ms. Kurczeweski?
Correct.
And in fact, let's back up for a second, because in May of 2018, you told us that you were trying to end the relationship with her, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ultimately end the relationship with her?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was a few days later is when I actually found out the news about Lynn, and that seemed to be like a bigger thing to worry about at that time when she was going into the hospital. And I could tell Jessy was very distraught about it, so that's not the ultimate reason why we didn't, but I just kind of put it aside, let things go, and because it was basically just probably a frivolous type fight anyways, the more I thought about it.
Okay. And so your relationship continued?
Yes.
In early 2019, were you and Ms. Kurczeweski still living together?
Yes.
And did there come a time where she had a conversation with you about needing to go to the hospital?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
There was a number of times that she needed to go to the hospital. So I don't remember any. There was a lot of reasons why she had to go to the hospital. Obviously to go and see her. Sometimes to go sign papers for medical delivery, things of that nature.
I see. So if I understand you correctly, you're talking about Ms. Kurczeweski needing to go to the hospital to visit Lynn.
Correct.
Was there ever a time in early 2019 where Ms. Kurczeweski told you she had to go to the hospital for her own medical needs?
Yes.
And how did that go?
She was out with some friends. They went to another local pub to go see a concert, and she believed that somebody had drugged her, and she wasn't feeling well, and she had to go to the doctor.
Did she go to the doctor or the hospital?
Or the hospital.
And how was she relaying this information to you?
Through text messages.
And did she ultimately tell you that the doctors had concluded something?
Yes.
And what was that?
They said that she ingested Visine.
Did she use the word Visine or a different word? Do you remember?
Well, she said it was some medical tetra. I don't know the exact name. Tetra something.
Okay.
But in the end, she clarified that it was the chemical in Visine. So this chemical was in Visine.
And do you recall what month and what year that text conversation with you and Ms. Kurczeweski occurred in?
I don't recall exactly, no.
Okay. Was it before or after Lynn Hernan's death?
After.
Do you recall what you were thinking as you were receiving these text messages about your girlfriend being poisoned?
I was very irate, very mad, wondering who could do this to her.
Had you personally ever heard about tetrahydrozoline or eyedrops being poisoning people?
No.
Did you know anything about it?
No, not at all.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski in those messages tell you if it was serious or nothing to worry about?
She said it was serious, yes.
And you took it seriously?
Yes.
Did you try to take any action after she informed you that she thought she had been drugged?
Yeah, I was inquiring on who she was with, where she was afterwards, beforehand, trying to figure out who could have done something like this to her.
Okay, why were you asking about that?
Well, because I was very concerned that, if it was somebody, a friend of ours, I just wanted to get to the bottom of actually what happened to her, because it was a bad thing, obviously.
Did you ever get to the bottom of it?
No, I never did.
How did that situation resolve itself?
After a few weeks, it just kind of fizzled out, and it never really came up again, because I figured I wasn't going to find out who did it.
At any time between those text messages where she told you she had been drugged and her arrest on July 9th of 2019, did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you that that wasn't a true story?
No.
Did you later learn it was not a true story?
Yes.
Got that call for hearsay.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Next question.
Thank you. And Mr. Craig, moving on to sort of my final points. You said the relationship ended when Ms. Kurczeweski was arrested, correct?
Yes.
You also referenced receiving calls from her after she was arrested, though?
Yes.
If the relationship had ended, why were you continuing to take calls from Ms. Kurczeweski?
Because I was very confused. I didn't know what was happening. Obviously, I was trying to figure out how any of this could have happened. I just wanted to hear what was going on her end of it. So that's why I was just trying to figure out what was happening.
And would she call you frequently from the jail or just once every great while?
For the first 6 months, it was about once a week. It kind of fizzled out towards the end of those 6 months, but
Okay, let me stop you there. I'm going to pull up Exhibit 54, please.
Okay, do we have a jailhouse call?
And Mr. Craig, if we play that first portion of the video, that first 1 minute and 38 seconds, was there a way you knew you were getting a call from a jail?
I think it came up as well, depending on where she was, but it came up as an unknown caller, or it would come up as Waukesha County Jail.
Was it Ms. Kurczeweski's voice right away, or was there some sort of automated, almost robotic voice that you had to listen to first?
It was an automated message, like saying that there was a call coming from, and then it would be Jesse's voice saying Jesse.
Yeah.
Sidebar?
Prior to doing that, I want to advise the jury that to the extent that you're hearing about testimony, Ms. Kurczeweski may have been in custody or incarcerated or in jail. Please be advised that that does not have any bearing on her guilt or innocence and should not in any way be used against her, meaning used against Ms. Kurczeweski when you ultimately deliberate. Do you still want a sidebar?
I hope this witness up here is careful because they've already had a motion to not talk about her being incarcerated and maybe going to prison and all that other stuff that we didn't know about, which haven't, like I said earlier, I didn't know about. I'm not going to look into it because it's not evidence. It's not going to be presented. But when he said he didn't know where the calls were coming from, depending on where she was at, I'm like, ooh.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Exhibit 54 is divided into two separate audio clips. The
She'll
first
make a
one
record
is
as soon as
from
the
0
jury
minutes till 1 minute and
goes
38
out.
seconds.
I
Ms.
assume for
Balkan,
lunch
play that,
break.
please.
She always makes records.
Call number 808261886. Inmate ID 1488412. Date 2019 7/25. Time 170-549. Dialed number 14145871322.
Change your
From
phone number,
station
Mr. Craig.
110.
It's out there now.
The time is 5. Please enter your PIN number.
Oh, that sounds good.
Press 0 to make a prepaid. Your account balance is $25.51. The cost of this call will be 37 cents for the first minute and 37 cents for each additional minute, excluding taxes and other applicable fees. The time limit is 15 minutes.
Kind of expensive.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Jesse.
An inmate at
Waukesha County Jail.
To accept this call, press or say 5. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time.
Later part, that's the sort of automated voice you would hear at the beginning of a call like this?
Correct.
And you had to accept that call, correct?
Yes.
You had the option to reject it,
Yes.
and you accepted it.
Correct.
You heard the human voice say the word Jesse, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that to be Jessy Kurczeweski's voice?
Yes.
If we could continue on with the second audio clip, which is from timestamp of this particular file, 6 minutes, 44 seconds, until 10 minutes, 5 seconds.
You really have nothing to say to me, do you?
No.
Greg, in that brief audio clip, did you recognize the two voices we've heard so far?
Yes.
And who are the two voices?
Jesse and myself.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, by Jesse, who do you mean?
Jessy Kurczeweski.
Thank you. Your Honor, this time I'd move Exhibit 54 to evidence.
Exhibit 54 is received.
Thank you. And then I'd ask to continue playing that second audio file to its conclusion.
Granted.
Thank you.
Don't. What do you expect?
I don't understand why you're being this mean. It doesn't even make sense.
God, I'm not being mean at all. I'm being what any normal human being would be in this situation. I don't know you, Jesse.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I don't. Nobody makes up lies like that to their person they love. You don't love anybody.
I don't love anybody.
No, you don't. You don't lie to people. You don't lie to people and make up so many lies.
About one thing. One
No, it's not
thing.
one thing.
Our whole life was not a lie.
Yeah, I was.
No, it wasn't. How can you even say that?
Very easily, because you lied to me about something very serious. Then you told a bunch of other lies on top of that to my family about her being in the hospital and being brought back to life. You just kept making up more and more lies. You're diabolical. That's just crazy. Crazy. I can't even believe it. Do you know what it's doing to my mind knowing that I was living with somebody like that?
Is continuing to be played, which is just this witness's perception of things. These are not statements of Jessy. There's a witness's impression. It's improper.
The exhibit was received without objection. The state may continue playing it.
Thank you.
You may cross-examine on that.
And you never even skipped a beat. It didn't even bother you.
It didn't bother me. It bothered the shit out of me, Scott. There's a reason I didn't let you know the shit.
I couldn't tell. Whatever. I couldn't tell. There's no reason why you didn't let me know this shit. You should have let somebody else know, like the police or a mental institution or something. Not what the heck you did. It's just sick. It's so sick and disgusting.
Sounds like she's at an
You
airport.
act like that was our whole 3.5 years together. And it wasn't.
Well, it takes precedence over everything, trust me.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't for you, Jessy, because you're not a normal person. It does for me.
You never once thought that I was keeping you from anything so you wouldn't know, so you wouldn't be a part of anything? So you wouldn't get hurt, so you wouldn't be involved?
Why the hell would I think anything even close to what was going on? Jeez, I was told she's in the hospital. Your
She
best
went
friend was
in the fucking hospital numerous times.
Well, not in a coma for 5 months. That's what you told me. So,
I know that's what I told you.
Yeah,
I told you
I know.
that to protect
That's
you
pretty
for a
disgusting.
reason.
That's pretty disgusting. That's a disgusting thing to lie about.
Mr. Craig, at the end of that audio file, did you hear Ms. Kurczeweski tell you she was trying to protect you?
Yes.
Do you know what she meant by that?
Overruled, he may answer.
Speculation what's in Jessy's mind.
The way it was phrased, he may answer.
No, I don't know what she meant by that at the time.
And throughout your 3 to 3.5 year history, did Ms. Kurczeweski ever express to you that she was concerned about Lynn and her mental health?
Yes.
And in what way?
She said that Lynn was a drinker. She used pills before medications. I don't know if they were prescribed or not. She was suicidal, things of that nature.
That was all from Ms. Kurczeweski telling you that?
Yes,
You never got to meet Lynn, though, correct?
correct.
And again, as far as the pill comment, that led into Ms. Hernan having suffered a coma and being in the hospital, correct?
Meeting.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Sorry. Mr. Craig, how did the pill comment specifically come up as it relates to Ms. Hernan?
As far as,
Did Ms. Kurczeweski just say, oh, she uses pills? Or was that the basis for Ms. Hernan's hospitalization, according to Ms. Kurczeweski?
well, that was the reason that I was told that she was in a coma because of pills and alcohol.
And you later learned that was not true.
Correct.
Calls for hearsay.
So overruled. The way it was asked is sufficient.
I'm sorry. Could you just repeat your last answer, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Judge, could we have a lunch break now and begin the cross after lunch? It's not going to be done in 10 minutes or even 20.
All right, that's fine. We'll take our lunch break then. All rise for the jury, please.
I will give the judge the fact that the defense does spend a ton of time cross-examining witnesses. So it is kind of aggravating that they can't get in what they want to get in during that time. But I still don't agree with her ruling.
Thank you. Be seated, sir. You can step down for now. Please be mindful you're still under subpoena, under oath, and subject to the exclusion order that I previously entered, okay? But you can step down and go back to the victim witness room. I do want to make a note or a record regarding the objection from the defense just now regarding the phone call. First of all, there was no objection when the state offered it, number one. Number two, context is important. The rule of completeness kicks in as well. It would be, obviously, the statements come in as against Ms. Kurczeweski as a statement by a party opponent. Moreover, this witness is on the stand testifying regarding the phone call, not only with a rule of completeness, but I think best evidence as well as to what his impressions were at that time based upon his tone of voice and the questioning that was going on. He's also subject to cross-examination, so that's why I overruled that objection. Then we also had a sidebar at the request of the defense, and it had to do with this witness's repeated reference to either jail or custodial status. The state had indicated at sidebar, that's why the state was trying to lead the subject through. I asked if the witness had been advised about my prior rulings, and the state confirmed it had. Obviously, the concern is we knew some of this would come up. Everyone, we've talked about this at prior court hearings. Obviously, want to limit any repeated references to her custodial status. I did give the limiting instruction. The defense appreciated that, but given my observation of his testimony, I indicated the state could lead on that limited topic in order to avoid any further or limiting further references. So I wanted to make a record of those things. Anything from the state as it relates to those things?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Or anything from the defense?
No, I think you stated accurately. I was concerned because you had mentioned the word prison, and you've also uttered the phrase multiple institutions, and so those two things concern the defense.
Understood. All right, then I want to start back up at 1:10. I think given the fact that our jurors don't leave and they're back there, I think I'm going to start shortening our lunch times to between an hour and an hour and 15.
So hurry up and eat. All right, fast forward. And good news is we're only about an hour behind, so that was encouraging. And an hour of that's going to be taken up with lunch. Because Wisconsin isn't also an hour behind us. So we might be live. I don't even know what to do with that. So I think we have, 3 minutes? She say 1:10? I wasn't paying attention. Because I'm not used to carrying. So hopefully they'll be back on time in a couple minutes because that's a lot of time to fill. So, anybody have any thoughts? I've given you mine. I think the I don't think I thought she said an hour 15 because she was doing 90 minutes. I hope not an hour. I hope not. I hope that's wrong, Bree. I don't know. I'm not impressed with the male defense attorney. I think he's done a lot of careless things, and all of them have worked against Jessy. I think I don't know what in the world that they could have to cross-examine this witness on for so long. Like, what are you seriously going to talk about? He doesn't, other than being with her at the time she was arrested. The jailhouse call doesn't look good, but they're not going to play one that does. Her lying about being poisoned by Visine looks horrible. And the fact that she did that after Lynn died doesn't look good. I don't know. There's been a lot of missteps, and most of them have been by him. She was very upset on Friday when I don't remember. I can't remember who was on the stand, if it was Corrine or if it was, I think it was Corrine. Jesse was very frustrated with his questioning, and you could tell that she had been trying to get some kind of note over to him to ask some kind of question. I think it had to do with that $50,000 that was supposed to be in the lockbox that is not there. So she was super frustrated with him on Friday. She's probably not doing much better today, and we're back. And Bree, I'm not sure, because for a long time I was leaning to they just haven't shown how she would have done it, to now I'm kind of, the prosecution's getting me over their way, which I said the other day, you should be at the end of the prosecution's case when they presented it, you should think this person is guilty, or you should be like, so far I haven't seen enough. When the defense is done with their case, they've either pulled you back to reasonable doubt or they haven't swayed you at all. And I think the court is muted, not me.
It's
But
just because it's just the technology, but let's just
It
do a
kind of-
test on both sides.
I'm going to mute him for just a second. The prosecution's kind of pulled me their direction. I know you haven't watched it all, Bree, but so I don't know which way you're leaning. But I'm curious if you want to tell me. You don't have to. Just because of her, some of the stuff that she has done afterwards kind of just has pulled me in that direction, and they still apparently have a lot of case to present.
Well, I'm not on the record yet, so we should.
Oh, we're back up. I like the judge. Not on the record yet. And we know. That's where you'd love to be. Sorry, my dogs are royal rumbling, wrestling downstairs or something.
Record then.
Oh, we're back on
State
the
of
record.
Wisconsin
Never
versus
mind.
Jessy Kurczeweski, 21 CF 885. Appearances are as they were before. Attorney Kukler.
Your Honor, we're going to begin the cross-exam of Scott Craig. This afternoon, the state played the jail call between Jessy and Mr. Craig, and during it, he provided opinions about what was going on in the case, and Jessy's, that she's a liar, and all sorts of negative things that he had to say about her. I intend during his cross-exam to go into the fact that the things that he believed about Jessy didn't come from Jessy, but came from talking to detectives, and I plan to go into, so that we can understand what was in his mind and why he thought what he did. I plan to go in the statements that detectives told him that led him to form those opinions.
All right. Any comment from the state?
I think this is an issue we have to take piece by piece as it comes in. There was certainly some of the same that I tried to ask about that was objected by Attorney Kukler as hearsay. So I'm somewhat surprised she wants to get into the same area she objected to me asking about. But again, I think it's something that has to be evaluated as it happens. I don't know that there can be a blanket rule that it's permissible or impermissible at this point.
This is only related to the jail call.
So normally, any statements attributed to another witness other than a party opponent would be hearsay unless offered for another purpose. Obviously, you can question this witness about the source of his knowledge. I don't think there's anything improper about that. I frankly would expect that. But are you telling me that you're going to ask with specificity what information he was provided by the detectives in this case?
Yes.
And I believe that's what the state was then indicating should be taken up piece by piece. Not-
Yes, I mean, I would say with that blanket statement, I would object to it as hearsay. I think the jail call pretty clearly lays out that Ms. Kurczeweski acknowledged that the one story of Ms. Hernan being in a coma for 5 months was untrue, and that was confirmed by herself in the call. So I guess it's hard to say because I'm not sure how far we're going with what the police told Mr. Craig.
I think sometimes it depends on how you ask the questions. If you say, did you have information that led you to believe? And was the source of that information the sheriff's department, Detective Hoppy, Detective Cole, whatever the case may be? That doesn't call for hearsay. It's an acknowledgement. If the witness is asked to just narrate what the information was, I think I'll take it on a case-by-case basis. The state may object, the state may not object. I won't know, I guess, unless an objection is made, whether I need to rule on it or not. There could be many reasons why parties don't object to hearsay. Attorney Kukler, if there's another reason you'd be offering that other than for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right, for the rule of completeness as well. Because some of the things that are said in that call by Mr. Craig, it's unclear. It could be inferred that he heard those things from Jessy, and I'm not talking about the coma. I'm just talking about other things that he's suggesting that she was lying about, or that she's a liar about. Could be, the jury could be thinking that he heard this information from Jessy when it is not accurate. The information came via law enforcement.
Well, the rule of completeness would refer to either a writing or a recording, where the rule of completeness would support the inclusion of,
the defense attorney should just
for
say,
example,
objection.
Showing a jury an entire
it's damaging
recorded
to my
interview
case.
where parts have been redacted. If the parts
it
that
kind of
have
is.
been redacted would clearly relate to the context of something that came in or help explain. So the rule of completeness would not be what I would rely upon in this case. However, I'll take it on a case-by-case basis. I've already indicated I think some of this would be proper cross-examination.
I would say it also goes to the context of what was going on, Judge.
So, well, the context of the phone call or the context of the investigation?
The investigation.
I mean, you can tread, I would say tread lightly. I mean, you've already objected based upon the
Tread lightly, 'cause you already
circumstances
pissed
of
me
the
off
phone
today.
calls and being in custody. That's why I let Attorney Sitzberger lead the witness. So I think you kind of do that at your peril. Be careful what you ask for, because he may then give an answer that highlights that information. Obviously, you can lead him, as you know, so I would expect that you'll do that. I'll take it up piece by piece as need be. And if there's an objection, I'll rule on it. If I feel I need additional arguments, I'll excuse the jury. All right? And then,
I put it on the record, but I've lost the use of my computer over the lunch hour. The screen has broken. I did not drop it. I'm trying to get a replacement computer.
thank you. You indicated, because I asked if there was a backup, and it sounds like you have a backup at the office. Obviously, that's something that needs to be worked through, but it sounds like you at least have that. And then anything you thought you needed, you had the office email to Attorney Galaviz.
For this witness.
For this particular witness.
Correct.
All right. So let me know if we get to the
Maybe
next
her
witness after
computer
this, which I hope we do.
self-deleted because
if there's a need for a
thought this
short
case
break,
was
just to make sure
starting
you
to
have
go bad
everything.
as well.
And we'll work with you as best as we can. We do have the flash drive that you gave us, so if that can be helpful in any way, plugging that into Attorney Galaviz's computer. I think that's the updated exhibits from your office today, Madam Clerk will make that available as well. So with that then, let's have the jury brought up then, Madam Clerk.
And actually, do you have a flash drive from before today also? You guys didn't ask for that back. Do you want that back since you gave me an updated one?
Yeah, we do. You have to ask me if I can bring some of this back.
Yep, I try to always trade them out.
Yeah.
Mr. Craig, you can come on up to the witness stand. And if you need, there is water out there as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I wonder what kind of human he is, because we've kind of learned old Jessy isn't as clean as maybe we thought she was today. You know, birds of a feather. Not
Thank you,
saying he's
everyone.
done
Please be
anything,
seated.
But I'm kind of curious if he has or he hasn't.
Mr. Craig, you are back on the witness stand. We are after the lunch hour to acknowledge that you remain under oath.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Kukler.
Thank you. On October 3rd of 2018, Jessy texted you at 5:18 p.m. to tell you that Lynn had died. Isn't that true?
Correct.
When you were first interviewed by the police, you had told them that you got that text when you were still at work. That was not correct.
I didn't know the exact timing of it when they asked me.
But it was when you were already at home.
I could have been at home, I could have been in transit. I'm not exactly sure.
You saw Jessy that evening, true?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the police that she was distraught and crying that evening?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so then you did see her that evening.
Yes. That's what I said, yes.
You remember saying that now?
Yes.
Okay. You told the jury this morning about your home being ransacked.
Mhm. Yes.
And that was when law enforcement came over to execute a search warrant. That's what I understood, right?
Correct.
And that did make you upset.
Yes.
Because it really trashed your house, true?
Yes. I mean, no physical damage, but just everything was everywhere.
So the drawers were emptied.
Correct.
Closets were going through.
Correct.
It was a big mess.
Yes.
You were mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
They were looking to see whatever they could find, that whatever they were looking for, you don't know, but they looked through everything.
Correct.
You'd agree that you never saw Visine bottles laying around your house.
Correct.
You never saw Visine bottles in Jesse's car, for example.
No, I did not.
And as far as you know, when the police executed a warrant, they didn't recover any Visine.
As far as I know, no.
You'd agree with me that during that, well, you were living together for how many years? 3?
Roughly 3 years.
A little bit longer?
Yeah, possibly a little bit longer.
You knew each other for 6 years.
Yes, we were acquaintance years prior. I knew that she worked at a local pub as a waitress. We never really spoke then, but I knew of her, yes.
And then you dated and lived together.
Yes.
And your kids, you said this morning, like Jessy.
Yes, very much so.
She got along well with your youngest son.
Yes.
How old was he at that time?
At that time, he was,
How
I
old is he
believe it
now?
was 2.
He was 2?
Yes.
You had him every other weekend,
Yes.
and Jessy would pick him up, for
Yes, she
example,
would.
do things with him.
Yes.
And you knew that Jessy and her mother Jennifer and Lynn, they were all old-time friends.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Jessy saw Lynn much more during the last 6 to 7 months of her life than she had earlier in your relationship.
Yes.
When you were with Jessy, you never saw her making any what you would call extravagant purchases, true?
True.
But you all as a family certainly did buy some gifts, right?
Yes.
And you buy gifts for Christmas and birthdays, for example,
Correct.
for the children,
Yes.
and even occasionally for the ex-wife.
Yes.
You had a good relationship with her, true, the ex-wife?
Yes. Very good.
The mother of the children.
Yes.
You mentioned this morning about gambling at the casino. That's one of those things that you and Jessy like to do.
Correct.
Basically, you go to Potawatomi, as I understand it,
That's correct.
downtown Milwaukee.
Correct.
And you said that your gambling varied. Sometimes you might gamble $100, maybe another time it's $500.
Correct.
And you mentioned having won money on occasion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and
Yes.
sometimes you lose money.
Correct.
And there were times that you won you won as much as, besides that 70,000 that you mentioned, there were times that you won, for example, $6,000 or $5,000. Those kind of numbers happened also.
Correct. I would say, I don't specifically remember the amounts, but yes, we would win some money sometimes.
Did the two of you usually play on slot machines?
Yes.
And did you have a player's card?
Yes. I did for a short period of time, yes.
And by that I mean a player's card for Potawatomi.
Correct.
And a player's card, would you agree with me, is something that you can ask the casino to issue you, and then you use it when you play there?
Correct.
And if you're playing at a slot machine, you would take your player's card and insert it in the machine before you put your money in.
Correct.
And then, does the casino track your playing amounts?
Yes.
And then in return for that, you might get some rewards from the casino.
Correct.
They might send you coupons in the mail, for example.
Yes.
They might comp you some
I won
meals.
$6,000, $2,000, $5,000,
And so you would
$70,000.
typically
I would
use a
call and
player's card when
remember
you
how
went
many
to the
times that
casino,
happened
true?
to me.
Not all the time. Sometimes I would not use it.
And sometimes you'd use it.
Yes.
And sometimes Jessy had her own card, right?
I believe so, yes.
Makes me
And
wonder
didn't
if
you,
he
isn't it
gambles more than
true
what he
that
says.
sometimes you would use Jessy's card?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the police that? Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement on November 3rd, 2021?
Don't recall, no.
Do you remember being asked about whether or not you would, whether you would ever borrow Jessy's player's card, or whether Jessy would borrow your card? Do you remember?
Oops.
Pardon me.
He's not good with technology.
Do you remember
that
being asked about
defense
that?
attorney.
I don't remember that, no.
And I think
Do you remember telling law enforcement that if you were playing together, we'd play her
questioned by law
card,
enforcement
or we'd
about
play
a
my
murder.
card? Do you remember that?
There were times when, if we were playing the
me.
cards that evening, there were probably times that happened, yes.
There
If
were
we-
times,
If we were sitting next to each other,
okay. So if you were sitting next to each other at a slot machine?
yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Or if she was playing a machine, or if I was playing a machine next to her.
You might use each other's card.
If we were, I don't know that we would use each other's card.
Well, okay, so you don't recall telling law enforcement that sometimes you would use her card? Or sometimes she would?
I don't recall that, no.
All right, then permission to play that part of the interview which we've marked as exhibit. I'll give you the exhibit number.
I agree, Bree. I would definitely remember winning $60,000 and how I got my share of that. Absolutely.
$595.
I agree with you on the other part too.
We're gonna
Do you
play.
have a timestamp?
I've never won that much money myself, so that's why I think I would remember.
I'm sorry, 494, 594.
My luck will change.
And we are gonna start at 432 and stop at 441.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
But sometimes, if we were playing together, we'd play her card, we'd play my card, so like that. Sometimes we wouldn't play card at all. Okay. You know what I mean? Because I thought it was kind of bad juju to play that card.
Was that your voice?
Yes.
Do you recall that now?
I recall it now because you just played it.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
And so is that true that sometimes you'd play her card, sometimes you'd play your card?
Like I said, depends if we were sitting next to each other and she was playing hers or I was playing my card. I wouldn't physically grab her card and play it. We would play together. So
you might so one card might go in both machines then?
yeah, it's possible.
Because you might be sitting next to each other.
Exactly.
And so it would be fair to say that the dollar amounts that were being gambled on one card or the other card might not be completely accurate as to the person because you might have been sharing a card.
Correct.
With regard to the big jackpot that you said you won in November 2018, do you remember talking about that?
Correct.
Congratulations, that's a big amount. Did you tell Jessy to declare that? Well, you told Jessy to declare that on her income taxes, isn't that true?
Correct.
And you're the one, though, that really won it, true?
We were playing together next to each other. I was the one who pushed the button. Yes.
It was your machine that won it.
Well,
That's a
we were
lame
sitting next
answer.
to each other. She was not playing. We were both playing the same machine as a
Okay.
couple next to each other at the same machine.
I'm not
All
clicking
right,
a mouse.
and you're the one that had
Bree.
pressed the button
Yes.
and won the jackpot.
Correct.
You didn't declare half of it on your tax return, true?
I don't believe so.
No, because he only pushed the button. Ah, lame answer. So she had to pay everything because you pushed the button.
You said that you tried to end a relationship with Jessy on May 13th, 2018. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
And to be fair, the day before, you and she had been in a kind of stupid arguments, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you were upset because you thought that Jessy had told people you were with that you like somebody named Whitney?
Yeah, I do recall that.
And you were embarrassed about that?
I wasn't embarrassed. I was just more so angry about it, and why this was even coming about, because it wasn't even something that was true, and it was kind of very childish.
Well, I'm looking at your text message. It's all everyone was talking about last night. Absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah.
Just for the record, can we reference an exhibit number in line?
That would be exhibit 186.
Thank you.
Page 3.
Thank you.
You bring up 186. So you were embarrassed?
Hello.
Yes.
Carmen.
It was a lot of emotions, I guess.
And that's, you and Jessy had been out drinking that night?
Yes.
It sounds like an argument that happened after a night of drinking.
Yes.
Argument about somebody named Whitney.
Correct.
That's okay, I don't need it. And then that argument went on with text messages for some time, true?
Correct.
And at some point you told her to stay away from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told her that that you were gonna call the police and report her as an unknown person.
Yes,
That you're going to pretend that she was a stranger trying to break into your house.
well, I wasn't gonna pretend that, I was just trying to keep her from my house.
Well, you told her that you were going to lie to law enforcement and say she was an unknown person, true?
Yes,
Good luck with that, considering you guys lived together for 3 years. Pretty sure she could establish she lived there.
As you understood Jesse's relationship with Lynn, you understood it to be that Jesse was like a daughter to Lynn, is that right?
correct,
And you had been at Lynn's house at least after she died, right? You were at her condo?
yes, I was,
You saw all the stuff that she had there?
correct.
And when you were living with Jesse, at no time did you ever see at your house any mail or applications for credit cards, true?
Correct.
And when you listened to earlier today that jail call that you had with Jesse, what was in your head that day was based upon information that you had received from law enforcement?
Correct.
Between Jesse's arrest on July 9th and that jail call about 10 days later or so, you had spoken to law enforcement and they told you certain things.
Yes,
And so the information that was in your head was from them, not from Jesse, true?
correct.
So any information in your mind about any type of poisoning, for example, came via law enforcement?
Correct.
Got to put my banner back up.
Just 1 minute, I'm gonna check one other thing.
Something just happened. There we
I
go.
think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Craig, Attorney Kukler just asked you, among other things, if you ever saw at your house any credit card applications or mail. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did Ms. Kurczeweski use your house for a mailing address, to your knowledge?
for her own personal use, yes.
Did she have another form of getting mail, to your knowledge?
I was told that she had a P.
Okay,
Sustained.
thank you. Like I said, to your knowledge.
Last part of the answer, I'll strike. Jury will disregard it. Please rephrase.
Thank you. To your knowledge, sir, did she have any other ways of getting mail? Not what somebody might have told you, but did you know of any other ways she was getting mail?
I'm gonna object because the knowledge, any knowledge came via hearsay.
Overrule.
She had a P.O. box?
Okay. And did you have access to that P.O. box?
No.
Now, we just went through that sort of stupid fight, you called it this morning, those text messages leading up to you trying to end the relationship, correct?
Correct.
Why were you so mad at Ms. Kurczeweski for whatever it was about?
Just because I thought it was very childish and just the whole situation was kind of childish and it was a real nothing thing. And, you know, when you're out with friends and everybody's talking about something that's really not even there, I was very angry about it.
Did you feel she was being truthful with that whole situation?
No.
And what do you recall? You told her to stay away from your house, I think Attorney Kukla asked you. You recall that?
Yes.
Was Ms. Kurczeweski respecting that?
I'm not sure if she was actually there or not.
Okay, what was she telling you?
She told me that she was at my house, but I don't believe I was there at that time.
Had you told her to stay away from your house at that point?
Yes.
Do you believe you told her once or multiple times?
I believe multiple times through texting.
Was it after those multiple times that the reference to calling the police was brought up?
Yes.
After those multiple times?
Yes.
You said that you did not see Ms. Kurczeweski making extravagant purchases during your relationship, correct?
Correct.
If I direct your attention to the sort of beginning half of October 2018, did anything come to your house that you didn't expect?
There was some furniture that came to the house.
What was that furniture?
Oh, that'd be pretty
It
unexpected.
was a bedroom set for
That would be very
my room
unexpected.
and my daughter's room and my son's room.
Wow.
So 3 bedroom sets?
Yes.
Had you discussed making such a purchase with Ms. Kurczeweski?
It was mentioned a couple of weeks prior. She said that we need new bedroom sets, and I said we don't need that at all. I don't need anything like that. And then I came home from work one day, and all the stuff was in my front yard, the new furniture.
And you would agree that is something of an extravagant purchase?
Yes, I would say so, yeah, I guess.
I would agree.
And did the conversation
bedroom
after
set.
you said we don't need any bedroom
Bring it up.
sets, did it ever get brought up again prior to you coming home and seeing those bedroom sets delivered?
No.
And were those bedroom sets delivered before or after Lynn Hernan's death on October 3rd?
I believe it was after.
Do you know how they were paid for?
I do not know.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
He's very, just pulls you in. All right, this will be interesting.
Anything else from the defense on this witness?
Is she gonna make him a defense direct? They're thinking it over.
No, I would say no.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Craig be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
We have him under subpoena again, just as indicated earlier. We want to evaluate at the close of the state's case.
Any objection to him being released from his subpoenas?
Yes.
Sir, you can step down. I'll address that at the next break.
Thank you.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
Here you
The
have
state
3
calls Daniel
bedrooms to
Radloff.
put it in. So I guess you'd have a spare. Give it to me. Who are you?
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Daniel Radloff, DanielRadloff.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Radloff, what do you do for work generally?
I'm a contractor.
Okay. Do you know someone named Scott Craig?
Yes.
How?
He is my cousin.
Okay. Have you ever lived with your cousin?
Yes.
About how long did you live with Mr. Craig?
4 or 5 years, maybe.
Okay.
That's because nobody
During
goes
that
and buys
time,
that much
did you
at
ever
one
come to
time
meet
unless-
someone named
I guess
Jessy
your name is
Kurczeweski?
Jessy.
Yes.
And who was that?
It was Scott Craig's girlfriend at the time.
Did she live in the house as well?
Yes.
So about how long would you say that you lived with Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczeweski?
Maybe
Oops, I put the
year
wrong
and a half.
banner up. Sorry. You go away because you were here yesterday.
Was there anyone else
You.
living in the residence?
You.
Scott's daughter and son, they live there, but not full-time.
See how much you guys are paying attention. I put the wrong name up.
In terms of the time that you were living in the household with Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczeweski, what was everyone at that point in time doing for work?
I was still a contractor. Scott worked, I can't remember the name of his company. Jessy, I think, was a dental assistant at the time.
Okay.
And next time, tell me. Let's wake up.
Did there come a time when you questioned Ms. Kurczeweski's employment?
Yes.
Why was that?
I think that there was days where things just didn't add up. I'd get up for work. Some days she would get ready and go to work. Other days I would come home at like 10 o'clock because it was raining, and she would be home when she was supposed to be at work. So then that's what made me think something was not right.
Okay. In terms of the amount of time that you were living there, did it seem like there was a certain time in the morning when Ms. Kurczeweski had to leave to go to work every day?
I want to say around 8-ish.
Okay.
I feel like
Okay.
that's when she would leave the house most days.
I'd be rich
What
if
about
I had
other
a
days?
dollar every time. she
Other
said it.
days, she would take more time to get ready. She would leave, 9, 10-ish. But, from day to day, it was different.
Okay. When you say that she would get ready,
Objection, relevance.
Oh no. That means he's gonna cross-examine.
Can you
this
clarify the
witness.
time frame
Sure.
with the witness, please? So I'll sustain it for now.
About how long, you said that you lived with Ms. Kurczeweski for about a year and a half?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it every day
Gosh.
during that year and a half that she would get ready to go to work in the morning?
Object to vagueness as to what year.
Well, was not asked. The witness can answer this question and then, so I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. So throughout the time that you lived with Ms. Kurczeweski,
I may do that.
did it appear that every day she had to get up and get
That'd
ready
be
to go
a
to
lot.
work?
No. Felt like it was very sporadic.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you ever learn that in fact she wasn't going to work on some of those days?
Yes.
Leading.
When there's an objection, you have to wait to answer, so I'll sustain it, strike his answer. I'll sustain it as well due to vagueness as to the time frame we're talking about.
Let's talk about the time frame. Do you remember, and this was many years ago at this point, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. When you first started living with your cousin, was Ms.
that's the
Kurczeweski
proper way
already
to say
living there
it.
in the house?
No.
So there was a period of time when he wasn't dating her yet, is that true?
Yes.
Do you recall about how long that would have
She's
been?
not saying it at all.
From when I moved in to when she moved in,
Right,
Right.
I would say about 3 years.
okay. Do you remember when you moved out of the residence?
I don't remember the actual date.
Okay. Did you,
Got you.
in this case, become aware that a search warrant was executed at that residence in July of 2019?
No.
You don't know that that happened?
Yes, I do know that that happened. At the time, I did not know it was happening.
Understood,
the
but
last
using that
witness.
as kind of a point in time in your mind, when that occurred, were you still residing in the
Attorneys
house?
told
No.
him what to say.
Do you know about how long it had been since you were living in the house?
About a year. year and a
Okay. So roughly, what would you say was the rough time that you were actually living in the home with Ms. Kurczeweski and Mr. Craig then, in terms of months or years, if you can estimate that?
So you're asking me how long I lived in a house with her?
Like when on a calendar, when in time that would have been, like 2015 or 2018?
I want to say 2018, but I'm not positive on that.
You testified, you think it was about a year after you moved out that the search warrant happened?
Yes.
These questions have been asked and answered.
Overruled. Again, if there's an objection, make sure you wait to answer. His answer may stand.
So a year before July of 2019 would be July of 2018, right?
Yes.
Do you think that at that point you were living in the residence?
Objection as to what he thinks. We want to know what he knows.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Were you living in the residence in July of 2018?
Yes, it's a long time ago, so my memory's not that good, but I want to say yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, did there become a point in time when you found out the defendant was actually just pretending to go to work every day?
Judge, objection is to hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer without saying what source of information it was, just his understanding.
Yes,
Who told you that?
Jesse.
What did she say?
Can I elaborate a little?
Yes. What did?
It was, I think that she had known that I knew that she had not been working, and she told me one night when we were outside, it was just the two of us, that she had not been working for, I want to say 4 to 6 months, that she was lying about it.
Did she say why?
No.
Did you ask?
Was Mr. Craig there to hear this conversation?
No.
How was she pretending to go to work?
Judge, objection is to speculation. How does he know?
I believe the question calls for his observation, so the objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
She would get ready in the morning, like I said. She would leave to go to work. She would come home at different times. There was no set schedule, I feel like, where it was a 9 to 5 job. There were times where she would leave to go to work, and I would come home and like 2 hours later, and she would be there. So that's what was throwing the red flags in my mind, that she was not going to work.
What would you see the defendant wear as she would leave the house for work?
Where would I see her?
What would she be wearing?
She would be wearing her scrubs or uniform that she would wear to work on a normal basis.
When Ms. Kurczeweski told you that she was pretending to go to work, did that correspond with this amount of time where you would occasionally see her at the house when you thought she was at work?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Craig was ever told?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever tell him?
No.
Okay. In terms of, I want to talk to you a little bit about the spending habits that you noticed while living with Ms. Kurczeweski for a year and a half. What would you say, do you know whether Ms. Kurczeweski would buy, for example, food for the residents?
Yes, she would.
Was she helpful in that way?
Yes.
What about helping out with the kids?
Yes, she did.
Did she help with Mr. Craig's kids in ways other than buying things?
Yes.
Like how?
Picking his son up, bringing him back to the residence where he lived. She would watch him, do stuff with him, that type of thing.
Do you remember there being a point in time where
That guy looks
a big purchase
miserable.
was made by the defendant for Mr. Craig's son?
There's an objection to vagueness.
Overruled.
You, like,
You may answer.
yes, she did make purchases that I can remember. I know that there was a TV bought. There was furniture bought for his son. Big
not my
purchases, I
clicking.
think that was
That's theirs.
about it. I don't know of any other big purchases.
Did you have any idea how she was paying for these things?
No.
Okay. Were there occasions where you would be out in the evening with Mr. Scott and Miss Kurczeweski?
Yes.
What kind of stuff would you do?
We would go to the local bar that we hung out at, drink, have fun. Sometimes we would go to the casino. But that was pretty much the gist of me hanging out with the both of them.
Okay. When you would be, and again, this was all occurring in that year and a half that you lived with Miss Kurczeweski?
Yes.
Okay, so speaking specifically to that time frame, what can you tell the jury about Miss Kurczeweski's spending habits when you were out at the bar that you noticed?
It seemed like there was no end to the money that she had. It wasn't where we would go out. Most people would spend a certain amount of money and they would be done for the night. They couldn't afford to spend anymore. Well, with her, it was overwhelming. There was always money, a lot of spending at the bar, a lot of buying drinks for people, food for people, that type of thing. When we would go to the casino, like I said, there was no end to the money, it felt like. There was just constant spending.
When you say food at the bars, were the bars that you frequented places that had big kitchens?
No,
Okay, can you explain that to the jury?
it was more that we were at the bar. She would ask people if they were hungry. You know, of course, people are hungry at the bars, so she would order $200-300 worth of stuff from different restaurants in the area
To be brought into
to
the
be
bar?
brought to the bar to, you know, so we could all eat.
When that would occur, did you ever
Did you
see
eat the
Miss
food?
Kurczeweski collecting money from everyone then?
No,
Did she ever ask you to pay her back money for food she bought you or drinks she bought you?
typically if she were to buy me something, I would try to pay her back. If I didn't have money, she would just tell me, don't worry about it.
The bars that you were at, did they have machines that you could gamble on
Yes.
inside?
Yes,
Did you ever see Miss Kurczeweski using those machines?
yes,
Do you know if those require money to play?
yes.
Did you observe what kind of amounts of money the defendant was using at those kind of machines?
No,
Okay. Were there, you said there were times that you went to the casino with Ms. Kurczeweski and Mr. Craig?
yes.
About how often do you think that that occurred?
Once a week.
Okay. Do you remember during those occasions at the casino where the group would be up a lot of money consistently?
Tough question to answer. Depending on the day, gambling is one of those things where, you know, some days are good, some days are bad. There were multiple times where I saw Jessy or Scott, you know, hit a nice chunk of money, but, you know, there were so many times we were there that I can't tell you exactly the amount of money.
Sure. At the casino, Are there ways?
Does anybody remember the time frame they're talking about when she was spending all that money? Because even if she stole $144,000 from Lynn after she passed away, and I think they were even having stated that she was taking money before Lynn passed away, at $200 to $300 a pop, and he made it sound like she did it a lot. $144,000 is a ton of money, but it's not going to last you that long if you're constantly buying 3-bedroom sets. You're spending $200-300 a time buying food for people at the bar, plus probably drinks, plus gambling, because you're not always going to win when you gamble, and you're not working. That's a lot of money that's going to go out really fast, and it's not going to last that long. So then I don't know what her plan was. I guess I don't know. So I don't. If they're trying to establish she had a spending habit she was covering, they've, I guess, have done that. But I don't know that that's going to establish that that's why she supposedly took $144,000, because it's that. Yes, it's a lot of money. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that just spending it that fast, it's not going to last long.
Is to get money if you want to take out more than would be like on an ATM limit?
Yes.
What is that way?
I think that you can go up to the cash register and you can pull money from them. I think you can write a check.
Object to speculation. Again, he thinks. We want to know what he knows.
Overruled. You may question him on cross.
So you said you think you can go to the cash register, and then how do you get money from there, do you know?
I have never went to the cash register to pull money out, but I'm pretty certain that you can go there and write a check and they will cash it for you. Or you can go up there with your ATM card and get more money out than you can at the ATM.
Did you ever see Ms. Kurczeweski use that system?
I'll be right
Yes.
back because it sounds like my house is falling down. So I need to go see what they're doing. I'll be right back.
In terms of how much money Ms. Kurczeweski would be taking out or spending at the casino, do you have a recollection of that?
I have a recollection of one night that she went to the cashier and she came back with $3,000.
Do you ever remember being in a house and Ms. Kurczeweski kind of complaining about money or not having money to spend on all these things?
Never.
Did you think that was consistent with what you knew of her employment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever know Lynn Hernan?
No.
Had you heard of her before?
Yes.
From who?
Jessy.
And who did you think that was?
A friend of her family's.
Okay. Did you ever meet Lynn Hernan?
No.
Okay. Did you know where she lived?
Somewhere in Pewaukee.
When Ms. Kurczeweski would talk about Lynn Hernan, what would she say about her?
She said that she was sick and that she was dying and in the hospital. That was pretty much about it.
Would there be times when Ms. Kurczeweski would have to leave the house because of Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
Sure, I want to object to vagueness. How would he know where he's going when Jessy left the house?
Overruled. He may answer.
She would get a phone call saying it was the hospital, and that she had to go to the hospital to either sign papers or talk with the doctor about Lynn's condition. That's what I was told.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you what hospital Lynn was at?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you find out that Lynn Hernan died?
Yes.
Okay. Remember earlier when we talked about the discussion that you had with Ms. Kurczeweski about her pretending to work?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you. Was that discussion before or after Ms. Hernan died?
Before.
Do you know if you were still living in the residence when Lynn Hernan died?
No, I was not.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
All
right, thank you.
Cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Here comes the mess. I wish the women would just handle it from here on out. I know I've
So,
said that
Mr.
100
Ratloff,
times.
is it safe to say you don't know exactly the months and years you lived with Mr. Craig and Jesse was in the house, do you?
No.
You can't give this jury an exact time frame, correct?
I can tell you that it was a year prior to Lynn's death that I did live there, and the 5 years prior to that.
So that would be from 2012 to 2017?
Yes.
Doesn't know.
To eight, I want to say 18.
She died in 2018.
Well, you heard that Lynn Hernan died October of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And you moved out a year prior to that?
Yes. So it must be 17.
I swear this guy looks like he's gonna throw up. I hope he doesn't.
So when you would see Jesse dressed in scrubs, that was in the 2017, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you were working full-time?
Yes.
Is that Monday through Saturday, Monday through Friday? What was your schedule?
Every day of the week.
Monday through Sunday? And your times was 12-hour days?
No, it ranged depending on the weather, depending on our job. Every day is different. I would say anywhere from 6 to 8 hours I would work a day.
And you had a conversation with Jesse where she said she was pretending to work, correct?
Yes.
And this conversation occurred in 2016, 2017 while you were still at the residence?
Yes.
And you never told your cousin Scott
No.
about it?
I'd be nervous too. I'm not making fun of him. He just looks like he's about to throw up. I probably would as well.
And you said the way gambling is, sometimes you win a lot of money, sometimes you lose a lot of money, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes you win a little bit of money, or sometimes you lose a little bit of money, correct?
Yes.
And is it safe to say when you win a lot of money, you like to spend it?
Yes.
And you like to spend it going to bars and buying people drinks?
That is for each person to decide.
Fair enough.
Good answer.
And when Jesse was at the casinos, Scott Craig was usually always with her, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And was Jesse went to bars, her boyfriend, Scott Craig, was with her, correct?
Not always.
Can you elaborate?
We had a lot of friends at the bar, that were my friends, Jesse's friends, Scott's friends. If there was a night that Scott didn't want to go to the bar, Jesse would go by herself. There was nights that, you know, just me and Scott would go and Jesse would stay home. So they weren't together all the time.
And there were times where you and Jesse just went to the bar?
Maybe once or twice.
So that was rarity, if ever, that you and Jesse went to the bar together, correct?
Yes.
I do think he's trying to be honest. I don't think he's trying to be deceptive or evasive with the defense. I mean, this guy's asking him pretty easy questions so far. Him and his long pauses.
Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Be released from all subpoenas.
Any objection?
No, no, Judge, thank you.
No objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You are released from your subpoena.
I agree.
State may call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Jacqueline Gorlowski.
I don't ever want to have to do it. But I'm sorry you did.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gorlowski. If you would please make your way to the witness
not be able
stand,
to
which
spell
is on
this
my
one.
right, all the way to the front of the courtroom. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jacqueline, Jacqueline, Gorlowski, Gerloski.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gorlowski, how are you employed?
I work at Fiserv Technology Company. I'm vice president there in the legal organization.
Okay. Ms. Gorlowski, do you know an individual named Scott Craig?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-husband.
Okay. Do you know an individual named Jessy Kurczeweski?
I do.
What is the relationship between Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczeweski?
Currently, or
Let's say back in 2018.
they were dating.
Okay. Are you friendly with Mr. Craig at this point?
Yes.
Were you friendly with Mr. Craig back in 2018?
Yes.
Fair to say during that
Well,
time
Shine, maybe
frame,
get lucky
you
enough
were
to
still
never be
talking to
called.
Mr. Craig, correct?
Yes.
Much as I watch these, I don't want to be on the witness stand either.
Do you and Mr. Craig have kids?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do you have together?
3.
Are they involved in sports or other activities?
They're all adults now.
Okay. When they were younger, were they involved in sports or other
Yes.
activities?
I think
During
I got
those
it spelled
activities,
right. I think,
say
did I put
around
it up?
2016, did you
Nope.
meet a Jessy Kurczeweski?
I just made the
Yes.
banner.
Okay. What was your impression of her at that time?
Here it is. Ding.
I thought she was nice. I think the first time we met was at a fast pitch softball game, and I didn't have much more. I mean,
So would you interact with her at those games?
yes,
In your experience with Ms. Kurczeweski, was she good to your children and Scott's children?
yes.
We haven't heard from this prosecutor
So
in a
I
while.
want to change the topics here a little bit here.
He gets
With your and Scott's
Pretty easy if somebody
relationship,
objects to his question.
would you guys get each other Christmas gifts or birthday presents?
No.
What about, like, say for Mother's Day or Father's Day, would you guys get each other presents for those occasions?
No, our kids were old enough that they would buy their dad something. If they wanted to borrow money, like our youngest, I would borrow her money to get dad something or from the school fair or whatever. But he always had gifts, and they were typically from the kids.
I want to direct your attention to Mother's Day, for instance, here. Did you receive a gift from Jessy Kurczeweski on a Mother's Day?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
Judge, I want to check the vagueness as to time.
Overruled. I received a delivery of a dozen roses, and my youngest, my fourth child with my new husband, was already born. I remember that. And the card was from all the kids, so Alex, Dominic, Bella, and Violet. And there was a gift card for $100 for a spa gift card. And I was taken aback because I had already gotten gifts from my kids. And my husband was also like, wow. And that was not the normal behavior from my ex-husband, even when we were married.
Wow, throw him under the bus.
So I called him and I said, well, thank you for this. Because I said to the kids, what is this? And they said, oh, I'm sure it was from Jessy. And so I called Scott and he goes, you know Jessy. And I said, well, thanks. It was weird, but a nicety. Weird, but weird.
I want to direct your attention now to like the Christmas time. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Would Jessy get your children gifts?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about those gifts?
So they had very good Christmases when Jessy was there. They always had good Christmases, but they had Christmases that were plentiful. So we did not, we had our kids very young, so we were young. We didn't have a lot of money. And we got them a lot of gifts, but it was small gifts, so they had a lot to open. That was always important to my ex-husband. But when they had Christmas with Jessy and Scott, it was multiple pairs of very expensive shoes or electronics or a combination of all those things. And so they would have Christmas Eve at their dad's, and then they'd come back to my house Christmas morning and tell me everything they got. And I thought, why did I even buy anything? They got so much, like, what? That's weird. And that wasn't normal behavior before Jessy. She was a gift giver.
We'll throw her in jail.
At some point
Just
during
for
this
that.
time frame when Jessy was with Scott, was your daughter Alex overseas?
Yes.
Was she studying overseas?
She had graduated from UW-Madison and was going to travel abroad and then teach in Thailand for the last 6 months. Or last year, she was traveling for 18 months.
Were you planning to go see your daughter?
No.
Okay. At any point, did Jessy offer to pay for a flight to Thailand?
She did, and it was probably because I was saying how much I missed her, or I can't really remember how that unfolded, but I remember the offer, and when she offered, I thought to myself, you're not even working. Like, how are you offering to pay for me to go to Thailand, which I, of course, would never accept and did not, but it was very odd to me. And then I always thought she just had a credit card spending problem. Like I couldn't rationalize in my head how she could afford what she could afford. But again, most of it was for my kids. And I thought, well, it's none of my business. I mean, I didn't say anything, or
Maybe it was out of her casino winnings.
Ms. Kurczeweski, have you heard the name Lynn Hernan before?
I have.
Did you hear that name from Jessy Kurczeweski?
Yes.
In what capacity would you hear about Lynn Hernan from Ms. Kurczeweski?
I think the first time that I heard about Lynn was when she was ill and in the
where?
ICU. Because I
Lynn
believe
didn't
that
have that
spanned
much
over
money
a
that
summer
she
that
could
we
have
were
been
together
constantly
almost every
stealing.
weekend for fast pitch. So, and we sat together at those tournaments.
Did she talk to you about Lynn's health issues?
Not in detail during the games. It was just, I think, how's Lynn doing? And it wasn't anything in grave detail other than she's still in ICU. And I recall the kids saying that to me as well.
Did she ever get into detail about why she was in the ICU, if you recall?
Jack should ask the answer.
Overruled. She may answer.
I can't recall if we had that conversation or not.
During that summer, do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Kurczeweski about a do not resuscitate order with Lynn?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that conversation?
So I pulled up to my ex-husband's house to either drop off or pick up my daughter, my youngest. And Jessy came out to my car and was frazzled, was upset. And she said, I can't believe it. Freighter did not, I can't remember the exact words.
But
It
she
was
also wasn't
something to the
working
effect of, they brought
and
Lynn
was
back to
on
life. She
state
had a do not
assistance.
resuscitate, and they brought her back to life. Is there anything I can do? And I said, I don't know. Do you have an attorney?
So just to address that, Bree, they talked about, her friend yesterday talked about how Lynn didn't have any credit. She had never had credit throughout her life. After, I think her dad passed away first and then her mom passed away. After her mom passed away, I think that's where the $144,000 came from. She kept that hidden from the state because she didn't want to lose her benefits because she had to have them to live. She had, she was on all the state assistance she could get. She bought that condo. I'm not sure how she did that without losing her state assistance, but I don't believe she could work, obviously with her health conditions, or if she had health conditions, that still seems very up in the air because the evidence says she did. The head medical examiner said her medical records showed she didn't. The state countered with complete medical records, so where the medical examiner submitted 13 pages of her medical history, the state in one binder alone had over 1,000 pages. So, and her friend Corrine yesterday also said that she got a credit card after she got the inheritance from her mom and would pay it off immediately because she was trying to build credit. So she didn't really ever have money. She was frugal. So, she was careful with her spending. She bought a lot of stuff at thrift shops. I think she made a lot of things for people. She was a great cook. So I think most people would just been happy to have her food. So I don't know. And so I don't, that's what's bothering me, is because I don't know where all of this cash from Lynn would have came from other than that, like I said, that $144,000, it's a lot, but not through that amount of time. And even if she was cashing checks on Lynn's account, Lynn couldn't, it still is not going to last. So I don't know. It's really confusing to me. Hang on, I want to make sure that I don't accidentally fast forward. it's very confusing. I'm not following exactly where they're going with, okay, she spent a lot of money. Well, where was she getting the money? So maybe they're gonna tie that in after these couple witnesses that say that she was spending a lot of money. I have no idea. We'll see, because I'm not in the state's head, and I don't want to be, and I certainly don't want to be in that guy defense attorney's head. That's a scary place to live.
Maybe get an attorney. And it was just odd. It was an odd conversation, and I think I advised her to get an attorney. And she said that she would, or she had one. But it was a very odd conversation.
Ultimately, did you get any follow-up from Jessy about what happened with the hospital and the do not resuscitate?
Yes. So I can't tell you what the time period was. Maybe a few weeks, maybe a month. She had said that they settled with Freidert, and Freidert agreed not to charge Lynn for any of her stay after that day. And in my mind, I said that would never happen. Nothing happens that fast with a company like Freidert. But I didn't engage and say, well, that's not true. I was like, oh, well, I'm glad you guys settled it. And that was it. I mean, my conversations were limited, but that was also very weird.
Thank you, Ms. Kurczeweski. I don't have anything else.
Any cross?
Yes, Judge, just a few questions. Ms. Kurczeweski, you indicated that Jessy was a nice person, correct?
Yes.
She treated your kids great, correct?
She treated them very good.
When you and Scott would have the kids every other weekend?
Every other week.
And this started when? What year?
Jeez. We got, you mean when we got divorced? 2010, I think.
Well, again, you have three kids with Scott, correct?
Yes.
And back in 2016, how old are they?
Oh, boy.
Can you give me the name of your three kids?
Alexandria, born in 1994. Dominic, born in 1995. Isabella, born in 2003. And math is not my forte.
That's okay.
Oh, she said there was one named Violet.
So your youngest, how old was Isabella when you met
Did I
Jessy?
space out?
If you can remember.
Well, if I met her in 2017, they started dating. Does somebody say yes to that so I can do the math in my head? It might take a while.
From your memory, please, from your recollection.
I think she was 10. 2003, she was born. 13.
They dated.
Who's the
longer
child
than
that was in fast pitch?
Isabel.
Oh yeah, she was with the new husband.
So Alexandria and Dominic, they were like
Older.
young adults.
Yes.
Alexandra was studying abroad during that time?
I believe so. She graduated Madison December of 2016 and left the January after December. So she left in January of 2017.
And Dominic must have been in high school, or
Not that it matters, because it doesn't matter. So he did say he had 4 kids, and I think so. Maybe because I thought he was saying one of them was fairly young, and I was thinking he was kind of. I wouldn't have wanted to be having a child at the age. I was kind of quickly doing the math in my head that I think that made him have that child. And I do think her youngest, Violet, was with the new husband, but she's wrong on the 2017 because Lynn died in 2018 and they dated for three and a half years. So yeah, she is not wrong when she says math is not her strong suit, and it's not mine either, so I can't make fun of her.
Graduated from high school,
What year?
2017.
So he was in UW Eau Claire in his last year. He graduated in December of 2017.
So the only child that you were exchanging with Mr. Craig was Isabella?
That's correct.
And I think you trusted Isabella in Jesse's care.
Absolutely, I never would have let her be there if I didn't.
I think this witness is only there to say how much she spent on the kids to just reinforce she had to be stealing.
The Christmas that Scott and Jesse got your kids, or child, expensive shoes, do you remember what Christmas that was, 2017?
I could only guess. I don't know.
The year you got the $100 spa gift, do you remember what year that was?
Well, my youngest child was born in March of 2017, so she was alive. It had to be 2017 or 2018.
Dang, her kids are spread out age-wise.
The year that you're meeting Jesse for fast pitch softball, I think you said it was. What year was that?
I don't know why he keeps torturing her with these questions. She doesn't know.
I don't recall.
Did you meet with her often for fast pitch softball?
We sat together. So if they had chairs up, my husband and I would put our chairs by them, or vice versa. If we were there first, they would come and set their chairs next to us.
And I take it she went there with Scott to see your child play fast pitch.
Yes,
And that was the only reason she went there, to see your child play fast pitch, correct?
I would assume so.
What does this have to do with anything?
By her demeanor, did she appear to enjoy watching your child play?
Yes?
Regarding this trip or offer to pay your ticket to go to visit your daughter overseas, did you tell Scott about that?
I don't recall.
So you found it
That was
strange, but you
after.
didn't tell Scott about it, correct?
He may have been there when she offered. I can't really remember. I
She
don't.
doesn't remember much. I
That
don't
was a
even
long
know
time
why
ago.
he's talking to her. Just finish up. She doesn't know. She said what she was brought there to say. She spent a lot of money. She wasn't working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'd be asking that she be released from her subpoena.
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are released from your subpoena. Statement called its next witness, please.
State calls Alex Craig.
This must be the son of Scott Craig, you think? Or could be the daughter. There's one named Alex. Ah, see? Don't ever make assumptions.
Good afternoon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way to the front. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
The first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Okay. Alexandria Craig, ALEXANDRIA
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Craig, are you working right now?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm in corporate philanthropy.
Okay.
The heck
Could
is that?
you tell the jury
You
where you
wanna
went
know.
to college?
Yes, I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
When did
Bree, I have
you
been seeing her
graduate from there?
4.5
December
hours.
2016.
So I'm a little.
What did you study?
I don't know what
Biomedical
I am.
engineering.
Something.
Who is your dad?
Scott Craig.
Okay. What about your mom?
Jacqueline Thompson, now Gerlowski.
So, when you graduated in December of 2016, what did you do next in your life?
I hard pivoted and moved to Thailand.
Okay.
That's a pretty hard pivot. Dang.
Was that right away, still in 2016?
No, I stuck around for a little bit in 2016 in December, took a trip to Spain and Italy, and then came back for a couple weeks. January 2017, I left and moved to Southeast Asia.
In January of 2017?
Yes,
Okay. What were you doing in Thailand?
I was a teacher.
Okay. How long did
Wow.
you live there?
Almost a year.
At some point in time, did you meet Jessy Kurczeweski?
I did.
Kind of within the timeline that we've already laid out, when do you think that you met her?
I remember at least being around her in December of 2016, that Christmas, and at my graduation.
Okay.
Okay. I wasn't going to say that, Carmen. I mean, I wasn't thinking it. Bree.
Have you ever, at any point in time, were you ever living with your dad and Miss Kurczeweski?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what was your impression of Miss Kurczeweski when you met her kind of around your graduation that year in 2016?
She seemed kind, generous, candidly annoying, but a nice enough person to be with my dad.
Okay. Did you spend a lot of time at the home where your dad lived?
When?
Before you lived in Thailand?
No.
Okay. When you graduated from Madison, were you living in Madison?
After I graduated, I moved back home and I was living with my mom before I left.
Okay.
She seems like a smart girl. Woman. We'll say that.
Once you were in Thailand, did you keep in contact with your family?
Yes.
How did you
No.
do that?
Just
FaceTime almost every single day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that include with your dad, Scott?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Were there occasions when you would also speak with Miss Kurczeweski while you were in Thailand?
She would be on the phone in the background, but I never desired to speak to her directly.
Okay, so during that time, were you also keeping in touch with your mom?
Yes.
Did you miss her?
Yeah.
Okay. Did your mom ever come visit you in Thailand?
No.
Do you know whether, do you recall a conversation where that came up, having your mom visit you?
Judge, I object to relevance.
I think that's going to get overruled.
Overruled.
Got it.
You can answer.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you recall a discussion that involved whether your mom would come visit you in Thailand involving the defendant?
Judge, no object as to hearsay.
Overruled.
I'll
Answer
try
the
again.
specific question about whether there was a conversation first.
There was a conversation, and I was a part of it.
Was that a remote conversation?
Remote, as in over the phone?
Right.
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that conversation happened? Were you already in Thailand?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was Ms. Kurczeweski involved in that conversation?
Yes.
And what did she say about it?
She had offered to fly my mom out to Thailand to see me.
In 2017, if you had to estimate what a plane ticket to Thailand cost you, what would you say?
Round trip, at least $800 to $1,000.
Okay.
That's not as bad as I thought it would be. I was thinking it'd probably be like.
Was that offer
Couple
from Ms.
$1,000
Kurczeweski consistent with other spending you had seen her engage in?
Yes.
Could you talk about that for the jury, please?
Yes. She was a very generous spender and gift giver. She would always be offering to buy things, we would be out to eat and she would want to pick up the tab or offer to get things for us, things even we didn't really need, but seemed very overly generous. I'll say that.
Even directly to you?
In ways, yes.
What about, let's talk about holidays, for example. How would you describe holidays that involved Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes, they were always very over the top.
Right back again.
We come from a working class family, so we
doing
like
down
holidays and we tried to do, as growing up, do our best and have a lot of presents under the tree. But the Christmases, Jessy was a part of, they were always a little bit more extravagant with more extravagant gifts than we're used to, or the Easter baskets were much fuller or things along those lines where I could tell that it was not just my dad that went and spent that money. It was Jessy spending money. And I had believed it was because she, wanted to have us have good holidays.
Okay. During these times, what was your understanding of what Ms. Kurczeweski did for work?
I had known that I had thought that she had worked at some type of clinic, dental clinic or medical clinic.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczeweski having a consistent job throughout the entire time you knew of her?
Judge, this witness was never living in the house.
Overruled. She may answer. You can cross on that.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding of the source of the money being used to buy these gifts and things?
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
Relevance.
Overruled.
I had an idea, but it wasn't something that was concrete.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you anything about where she would get money to spend?
She had mentioned she had a family friend that gave her money, but I did not pry.
Do you recall ever hearing about someone named Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Who told you about Lynn Hernan?
Jessy.
Do you know about when that would have been?
When I returned from overseas around April, May 2018. So it was during that summer where I started to hear more about Lynn.
And what were you being told about her?
I was told that she was very, very sick. That was a friend that Jessy was taking care of, and that consumed a lot of Jessy's time, and that she was taking care of her sick friend.
Do you know where Lynn was located?
I knew that she had lived in Pewaukee.
Okay. Would there be occasions when you were at the house and Jessy would have to go to care for Lynn?
Yes.
Do you know where she was going to do that?
I remembered that she either was going to the hospital at the times she had mentioned Lynn was in the hospital, or she was going to Lynn's residence in Pewaukee.
Okay. Do you remember what hospital Ms. Kurczeweski told you Lynn was at?
I believe it was Freidert, but I can't be 100% sure.
Regardless, do you remember Ms. Kurczeweski telling you why Lynn was at a hospital?
She had said that she was sick, had depression, had liver disease. I believe that was the extent of it.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant telling you about a do not resuscitate?
Judge, I'm going to object to the name that the prosecutor's given to my client.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczeweski telling you about a do not resuscitate involving Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
What did she just
What did she
call
say
her?
about that?
She had
Missed it.
said that Lynn had a do not resuscitate order, that the hospital
called her the
resuscitated her
defendant?
against those wishes, and that they were going to sue the hospital or something along those lines.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever talk to you again about that topic?
Yes, she had brought it back up and again said, and I'm paraphrasing, said something along the lines of, the case was settled, they're paying her medical fees.
Who's paying whose medical fees?
Sorry, that the hospital administrators are going to be paying Lynn's medical fees and her remaining stay in the hospital because they resuscitated her against her wishes.
At that point in time, what was your understanding about the length of time Ms. Hernan had been in that hospital?
My understanding was limited. I had thought a couple months, but again, the topic seemed to upset Jessy, so I did not pry.
Okay. Could you give the jury an estimate about how much time you think passed between Ms. Kurczeweski mentioning the do not resuscitate and then the settlement?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did there become a point in time when you found out Lynn Hernan died?
Yes.
Was that in October of 2018?
Yes.
Where were you living at that point in time, generally?
I was still living at my mom's.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Ms. Kurczeweski about how Ms. Hernan died?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever go to a residence in Pewaukee that you believed was Lynn Hernan's residence?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Jessy, my dad, and my friend Danielle.
Okay. Would that be before or after the death?
After.
Why did you go there?
My friend Danielle and I were moving into an apartment, and we were really excited. And Jessy had brought us to Lynn's apartment to procure any items that we would want to take from her apartment for our own.
Had you ever met Lynn Hernan before she died?
No.
Did you ever go to any kind of funeral service for Lynn Hernan?
No.
There wasn't one. That was, well, I know that woman on the stand doesn't know that, but that was said earlier.
Did you know why Ms. Kurczeweski offered to bring you to that condo?
She just told you.
She knew that we were moving into a new place and that she had said Lynn had a lot of items and things that she was going to sell anyways in an estate sale, and that anything that we wanted for our own apartment we could have. So I think it was an offer trying to be generous and save me some money.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski seem to be handling quite a bit of the estate at that point?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you why she was so involved in it at that point?
Yes, she had mentioned she had some kind of power, or that she was involved in the estate in some way.
Did you have a lot of details about that?
No, I didn't ask too many questions.
Do you remember taking anything from the residence?
Yes.
What was that?
A entertainment stand, some shelving units, I believe a washer and dryer, and there might have been a few other things as well, but those were the big ones.
Okay.
She gives me the vibes that she's really smart and can be really nice.
I want
but
to
don't
ask you
cross
a
her.
little bit more
She will
about your dad's relationship
hurt you.
with Ms. Kurczeweski. Prior to the relationship, did you know your dad to be a frequent gambler?
No.
Once the relationship began, did you notice there was more gambling that went on?
We don't object to relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
What kind of things did you notice?
That they would be going to the casino more, or he would be going with her more. That, you know, when I would meet them out at a pub or a restaurant, that there'd be more gambling then, to pull tabs, slot machines, stuff like that.
Do you ever remember Mr. Kurczeweski telling you why Lynn Hernan died or how Lynn Hernan died?
She just had said she was very sick and succumbed to her sickness, I would say.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any cross?
Just a few questions, Judge.
Go ahead.
When you use the word succumb, that's your words, correct?
Yes.
The Thailand trip, that never occurred, did it?
What?
The Thailand trip, that didn't occur, did it?
Me going?
No, anybody going, like your mom going to Thailand, was those tickets purchased?
She did not go, no.
Prior to just your dad meeting Jessy, your dad lived alone?
No.
Who do you live with?
My Uncle Dan.
So it's just your dad and your uncle, your dad and your uncle?
And my other siblings, yes.
And during that time, your dad would just give you and the other siblings just little gifts?
In what regard?
Did you get like presents from your dad?
For like birthdays and Christmas?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get presents from your uncle?
No.
And those presents continued when your dad met Jessy, correct?
Yes, we continue to have Christmases.
And presents from your dad and Jessy.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect? No. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Released from all subpoenas.
No objection.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoenas. Do you have another short witness, or should we take a break?
I think we have our next short witness here. Let me just check very quickly. She would be short there.
All right, why don't you just stand for a minute, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Shots or things like that. Was
I
it
don't know what
for
happened.
the group
I
she
was
came
not
with, or was it for everybody in the bar, or something different?
Sometimes it was just for the group that she came with. Sometimes if there wasn't many people at the bar or whatever.
Sickness, I would say.
Sorry about that. Guess it just decided it was done.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chirac. If you please make your way all the way to the front to the witness stand, it is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Christina Schrock, Christina Sherock.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. And Mr. Rock, just before we get started with questions, can you just move a little closer to the microphone? Because you're a little hard to hear back here. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Rock, what do you do for a living?
I work in the bar industry.
And any specific bars currently?
4th and Long,
Okay. And how long have you been in the bar industry?
16 years.
Through that employment, did you meet a person named Jessy Kurczeweski?
Yes, I did.
How long ago would you say you met Miss Kurczeweski?
Probably like 14 years ago.
Was it just from frequenting bars and being in the same friend circle, or something different?
Well, first she was she was a frequent person at my bar, or at the bar that I worked at, and then she worked there. And then she just frequented afterwards, after she was no longer working there.
Okay, so 14 years, sort of what's the end of that 14 years, if you had to put a year on it?
When she was put in jail.
Okay, so if you heard earlier, that was 2019, is that fair?
Yep.
So we're talking about 2005 until 2019?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now, towards the latter part of that 14-year time span, were you still working at bars that Ms. Kurczeweski would come to as a customer?
Yep.
And what bar was that?
Scotty's.
Scotty's Pub.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the woman in front of you is just taking down all your answers, so we need yeses and nos and things of that nature, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So Scotty's Pub, that's where you would be working and Ms. Kurczeweski would come as a customer?
Yep.
Were there other times where you would go to bars as friends together?
I would see her at bars and meet her there.
Okay, so you wouldn't necessarily go in the same group, but you would frequent as customers other bars?
Yes.
Do you know what some of those were?
Dallas Palace.
Okay.
And
And I
then
assume that's
some-
in West Dallas?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a lot of opportunities for you to talk to Ms. Kurczeweski throughout the years?
I mean, sometimes we did, yeah.
Okay. In talking with Ms. Kurczeweski, did the name Lynn Hernan ever come up?
A couple times.
Okay. What do you remember about those couple times?
She was just saying that she was helping her mom take care of her best friend. And something about she had a bunch of cats. She had to get rid of some of the cats. And, I mean, she didn't really tell me that much at all.
Okay. And you said that at some point she went from being a customer to working with you at a bar?
Mm-hmm.
Was
Correct.
that, sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Was that Scotty's Pub?
Yes.
How long would you say you worked together there?
That I don't know.
Okay. If you had to try your best, would you say a year, more than a year, less than a year?
Probably about a year.
About a year. Okay. Do you know if Ms. Kurczeweski was working other jobs at the time?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what year that was?
No.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you that.
Was it more towards the beginning of that 2005 to 2019, towards the middle, or towards the end?
Towards the beginning.
Towards the beginning, so closer to 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
thanks.
not
Sorry.
hard.
That's
Answer yes
okay,
or
I
no
understand.
in court.
I'll try my best to keep correcting you.
If
So,
he's not going to try his best, he's going to do it.
beyond working together, when she sort of returned back to being a customer of Scotty's Pub where you worked,
Mm-hmm.
yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you notice her spending habits at all?
Well, I know she always liked to gamble, yeah, and then she would buy rounds of shots for
Okay.
all of her friends and stuff at the bar.
Okay. And you said sometimes you would see her at bars while you yourself were a customer, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't necessarily go with her?
No, we would just be at the bars together, like a Sunday fun day or something like that.
Understood. It was more just a coincidence that you'd end up together.
Yeah.
So when you say Miss Kurczeweski would buy rounds of shots or things like that, was it for the group she came with, or was it for everybody in the bar, or something different?
Sometimes it was just for the group that she came with. Sometimes if there wasn't many people at the bar or whatever, she would buy a round for the whole bar.
Okay. And how many people were in there when it was the whole bar?
I mean, sometimes it got up to 10, 15 people.
Okay. You said she also liked to use the gambling machines or the video poker machines?
Yes.
Did you ever kind of notice or pay attention to how much money she was putting in those machines?
No, because I was usually right next to her and I was just playing myself, so I didn't recognize how much she put in there.
One of the few times she did talk about Lynn Hernan, was that to tell you that her family friend had passed away?
Yeah, she did tell me that.
And in that conversation, did Ms. Kurczeweski sort of offer you personal items of Lynn Hernan?
Yes, she did.
And were you able to follow through with that and take anything?
Yes.
Do you recall what items you took?
Bunch of bags of clothes and then like, I think a couple end tables.
Okay. And do you recall about when that was?
No, I don't know.
Do you
And it was
recall-
right after one of the hurricanes because I took it down to the people for the hurricanes, so probably October, November.
Okay. Of 2018 still, or something different?
Yeah, that would have been of 18.
Okay.
No,
so
that would have been 19.
So you think it was October or November
Yeah.
of 2000?
Right after she passed away.
Okay, right
'Cause
after
she had
Lynn
told,
Hernan
yeah,
passed
she
away?
had told me, after I told her I was going down south, that she had clothes of Lynn's.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Those are all the questions I have.
No problem.
Thank you, Cross.
Must be our favorite fella. Is there really anything to cross her on?
So you hung around with Jessy, you said around 2005?
Well, I saw her at the bars.
So this period that you're talking about is around the early part of your relationship with Jessy, around 2005, 2006?
No, I would see her at bars along the way, and I mean, we never said we're going to a bar together. We would always just meet because we liked a certain bartender or whatnot.
Right.
Or when I was bartending, she would come up there.
And you seem to indicate this happened in the early part of your meeting with Jessy around towards the 2005 time frame.
What was the question?
You seem to indicate that this get-together with Jessy occurred during the early part of the time that you met her, towards 2005.
No, that's when she started working for Scotty's, sometime around then. I'm not sure that when she actually started. But I met her, and then that's how, I mean, through people and whatnot, we didn't have like conversations back then. I just knew who she was.
So you really didn't start hanging around with her in 2005?
No.
That's when you just first met her?
Yep.
When did you start hanging around with her?
After she started working there.
Do you know when that was? 2007, 8?
I don't know. The people come and go at the bars. She was a waitress. But I did get to know her. I try to get to know people that I work with, so.
But she did tell you, you remember her telling you that she was taking care of a person named Lynn Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And Lynn Hernan was very sick.
I didn't know she was sick. She just said she was helping take care of her.
And Lynn Hernan had cats.
Mm-hmm. I remember saying, because she had to get rid of the cats.
Did you know that those cats were taken by her mother, Jennifer Flower?
Check, speculation and relevance.
Overruled. If she knows, she may answer.
No.
I have no further questions, Judge, thank you.
Any redirect?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I would ask that Mr. Rock be released from her subpoenas as well.
No objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are released from your subpoenas. And now we'll take our mid-afternoon break. All rise for the jury, please.
No, I shouldn't have fast forwarded that much because I didn't hear what she said.
So I'll let him address that one. But we were not informed about this potential witness for today, I can say that.
Sorry.
Check, speculation and relevance.
Overruled. If she knows, she may answer.
No.
I have no further questions, Judge, thank you.
Any redirect?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I would ask that Mr. Rock be released from her subpoenas as well.
No objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are released from your subpoenas. And now we'll take our mid-afternoon break. All rise for the jury, please. Okay. Thank you. Be seated. If it can be clarified now, this would be great. During Scott Craig's testimony, the state referenced Exhibit 183. It was shown, it was marked, it was not received. And then during his cross-examination, it appeared he was being questioned regarding text messages. The defense referred to the exhibit as 186, but I believe it was 183. So do I have that correct? Anyone from the state?
You do have that correct. There is a 186 that's more of a demonstrative PowerPoint with text messages, excerpts from the raw data. 183 that I showed him until it was objected to was the raw data with all of the messages in sequential order. They will be coming in through. Is that a question from the jury or just from the court?
No, I just wanted to make sure that our notes were correct. Madam Clerk wanted to confirm, because typically even when an exhibit has not been received, if it's used like it was to refresh recollection, it's at a minimum marked. And so I wanted to make sure we had it in the record. So I think that was Attorney Kukler doing the questioning. Do you know if you were using the excerpt from 186 or 183?
I think I was using 186.
Can you please be sure and then?
I don't have my computer anymore. That's a problem.
Well,
that's where I had it brought up on my computer. That's just my recollection right now.
It was after lunch that this came up, I believe.
Oh, then it's on Attorney Galavis's computer.
Right, so if you want to, you can do it during the break. I just want to make sure the record's clear, and if you happen to have been using 183, I'd like to let the jury know that, to clarify their notes, that's all. All right, we'll be in recess then, about 15, 20 minutes then. Be back.
Judge, just one issue. We do have another witness on the way. I expect he'll be here after the break, but I didn't know if there was an earlier issue with Attorney Kukler's computer or not. It was sort of left in, and we'll have to address it after the slate of witnesses we
Who's the next
expected.
witness?
Officer Ryan Soley.
All right. Any issue with that, with the computer issue?
This is Attorney Galavise's witness, so I'll let him address that one. But we were not informed about this potential witness for today, I can say that. And this is on one of the other acts situations, I think. So I
think
that
we're
we should
moving
have
ahead of
advance-
schedule,
I know,
so-
but I do think we should have advance notice on something that significant. Because
He will testify. We're going to keep this going. I'm not holding up this case for that. It is really a courtesy. I understand things are fluid. He's on the witness list. He's a subject of, at least his testimony regarding another acts motion. There's absolutely no surprise to the defense. We're in recess. Don't question her again. I don't know why these guys have not figured out that they have irritated the judge today. So it sounds like maybe one more witness for today, which is fine. Because I'm going to take these out for a minute. So, anybody want to comment on what we've heard so far this afternoon? Because I've said a lot. Anyone? Oh, I wouldn't want to upset that judge either. Because if you upset that judge, she's going to make a very clear record that you upset her. But yeah, they ticked her off. I don't know how long you've been in here, Carmen. But the defense attorney absolutely made her angry today. What is that, Brie? Crickets? Yes, thank you. Like I said, I don't know how long you've been in here, how long you've been watching. I don't know if you saw the defense attorney make the judge really mad today by bringing something else up that she handled on, I believe, Friday, even though I did that one yesterday, but it would have been Friday for them. To the point where she is like that mom that counts to 3 like 100 times. And then we'll do something maybe. All right, well, don't go buy 3 bedroom sets and put them out on the lawn, because I don't want either one of you accused of using Visine to kill somebody. But enjoy. And good searching, good shopping, happy shopping. Hopefully it's fruitful. All right, Bree. I think it's just me and you, Miss Crickets. So, this is the hardest part. And unalived. Yes, thank you. Unalived, self-deleted. I need to pound those words into my head, because YouTube really, really, really doesn't like certain words. Like a lot. So, does anybody have any thoughts of
where they are, as of this point, true that. But I'm usually here by myself and I'm not live and I can fast forward through all these breaks. So I don't have this weird, uncomfortable moment I'm having right at the moment. Anyway, up to this point, from what you've seen, if you've just seen today, if you've seen it, everything up to today, which way are you guys leaning? Because I've been on the fence until today for some reason. I don't know. I can't tell you what specific moment pushed me that prosecutor's way, but something did. Feelings get hurt. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? My stomach's growling. But at this point, I'm a little bit more convinced for some reason. I don't know why. I did not, obviously we didn't hear all the jail calls. But that jail call did not make her look good at all. I think that's my biggest hurdle too, Brie, is how can they prove that Jessy did it? How can they prove, other than the fact, and I don't know if you were watching when I said it, the very first day, if it was the first day or the second day the head medical examiner was on the stand, yes, I don't want to have to take YouTube sensitivity training because I would fail, probably miserably. The prosecutor, the female woman prosecutor, Nikolai is her last name, she kind of slipped in there that Jessy had admitted to, I believe, one of the investigators that's maybe sitting behind her, or investigator Hoppy, which I don't know if he's sitting behind her. They look very different than when I saw them in the Daryl Brooks trial. They've like got their big beards going. She kind of slipped in there that Jessy had admitted to him that she did it. They haven't shown that yet. The defense did not, I don't know if they caught it, if it was towards the end of the day and they were just asleep, because it was Miss Kugler that was doing the cross-examination of the medical examiner. But she put it in there. If the jury caught it, I caught it. I don't know if the jury caught it or not. It just kind of makes you, now it's out there. So maybe that's kind of been playing in the back of my mind this whole time of she did do it because they said she admitted it. Now they have to show that. If they don't ever bring that in to evidence, and I assume we're going to still hear from Detective Hoppy at some point, but if they don't bring that in, then as far as I'm concerned, it didn't happen, and it doesn't matter, because it's like I said, if it's not presented in court as, it can't just be a statement. If it's not presented in court as actual evidence, it didn't happen. It's kind of like objections. So if Jessy loses this case and she is convicted of unaliving Lynn, as well as for the financial crimes, and she appeals it, if her attorneys don't object, even if the judge overrules them, from what my understanding is after watching these trials with lawyers, it doesn't matter. It's like if you don't object now, when you appeal, you can't object then. So they do have to try to keep things, they do have to, you don't want to make stupid objections, but you do have to make them. You don't ever want your trial, you don't ever want to rely on going to appeal, because as one appellate attorney says that practices down in Florida, appeals are for losers. Most trials do not get appeals. And even if you do get an appeal and you do get a new trial, it can take years. So you just don't ever want to be in that position to begin with. But I don't know. I'm wondering what her sentence could be if they don't convict her on the unaliving part, but they do convict her on the theft part, because I think that one will be obviously easier to prove. If you've got checks, canceled checks, you can, kind of compare handwriting samples or what have you. I would think you could get, well, maybe. I don't know how long it took them to look into the financial part of it, if they would have any security camera footage from the banks. I don't think so, because I think they would have brought that up in opening, and I don't remember them saying anything about that. But I would think the financials would be easier to prove. Now, unfortunately, a lot of jurors just come in thinking what I've said. I know I've said this a few times, that if you've been arrested and charges have been brought, you're guilty, because nobody's ever been wrongly convicted, even though I don't know what the statistics are right off the top of my head, but I know our country's level of wrongful convictions is really high. And I hate that. I don't know what to do about our justice system. Obviously, I'm not going to be the one that makes that change, but it does need some safety nets. There needs to be, unfortunately, I think from what I have understood and learned from, again, the lawyers, is that a lot of prosecutors become judges. So therefore, you have a lot of judges that have that same mindset as prosecutors and tend to want that conviction and side with them, that they brought the charges, rightfully so, because they had the evidence. What does he mean? Because money is at play. She's charged separately with that. So she, I think, could be found not guilty of the unaliving and guilty of financial crimes.
State have the next witness.
Oh, we're ready.
Okay. We'll bring the jury out and go ahead.
I've got my
Good.
computer and
I'm sure
things
y'all
up
ready for
there,
me to
and
stop
somebody from my
talking.
office, I understand, is on their way.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, and I just want you to know.
No problem.
Okay.
Understand.
All right, very good.
Judge, did you want to talk about Scott Craig's dual
At the
subpoena?
end of the day.
At the end of the day. Thank you.
We're on a roll. Let's keep going.
Understood.
Did you notice that the mom and the
Did we
daughter
ever look at 183 versus
went and
186?
sat in the
though?
back
Yes,
of the
it
court
was
after they were done
183.
testifying?
All right.
I wonder if they're still
At
there.
some point, we should let the jury know that. Do it at the end of the day.
It could be. And it could also be just because of what I said, because people think they don't bring charges unless they have the evidence, so they automatically go in there. And I'm telling you, this is why I make it really, really clear that I don't look at these cases, is because the media narratives drive a lot of these cases. They pick that narrative, they stick with that narrative, and they can sway a lot of people who just were watching the news and then got picked as a juror. And it doesn't matter if it's actual evidence or not.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Man, I wish
All right, the state may call its next witness.
one thing or the other.
Ryan Soley.
Come on up, sir. Please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front. Upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Okay, my name is Ryan Soley. First name Ryan, last name Solie.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Mr. Soley, how are you employed?
I work for Wisconsin Lutheran High School.
In what capacity?
I'm the director of school safety.
All right. Going back to July of 2010, how were you employed?
I was a police officer for the city of West Dallas.
How long were you employed with the city of West Dallas at that point?
About 3-4 years.
Okay. On July 16th, 2010, were you dispatched to a Payday Loans?
Yes.
What were you dispatched to that location for?
I believe someone was trying to fraudulently obtain
She
some
is
type of
Judge
title loan.
Bonnie.
Okay. Ultimately, when you were dispatched to that location, did you meet with other officers to get briefed on the situation?
I did.
Okay. Did you make contact with the suspect of that case?
I did.
Who was the suspect?
Jessy Kurczeweski?
If I would say it's Kurczeweski, would you
Kurczeweski.
have any issues with that?
No.
Okay.
And what if he did?
You ended up speaking
do-
with Miss Kurczeweski, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What did you talk to her about?
Well, employees on scene were worried that she was trying to fraudulently obtain a loan. She initially provided her identification and stated that she was Jennifer Flower. She showed me a picture ID of a Jennifer Flower, which did not look like Jessy. So I questioned her further on that.
What happened at that point?
She eventually admitted that Jennifer Flower was her mother, and she was there trying to obtain a title loan on her behalf.
Ultimately, was Miss Kurczeweski taken into custody?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get to that point, though, was a search of the vehicle that Miss Kurczeweski took to that location done?
Yes.
Was identification relating to Miss Jennifer Flower located in that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what was found in the vehicle belonging to Miss Flower?
From what I recall, her social security card was in there. I'm not exactly sure what else we located in there.
If there were,
Usually,
if I were to show you
The prosecutor just,
your
okay.
report from 2010, would that help refresh your recollection about what was found in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll
Again,
get this marked as
these
an exhibit.
things that she
after
did
this.
look horrible for the financials. Doesn't make her an unaliver.
It'll be 218. It's Officer Soley's report from this incident.
All right.
Would that be an unaliver of person,
May I approach?
persons?
Did you show it to Attorney Galaviz? All right, go ahead.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Solly, I'm gonna hand you what's going to be marked later as Exhibit 219. And I'm gonna ask you to review the last bullet points, and then once you're done with that, turn it over and hand it to me. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After reviewing that, what other items of Ms. Flower was located in the vehicle?
Her checkbook from her bank account. There was also some sort of letter from a company stating that a loan was approved.
All right. So ultimately, Ms. Kurczeweski was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
Was a interview conducted with Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
During that interview, did she talk to you about trying to obtain that car loan?
Yes.
What did she say about it?
She stated that she was trying to use her mom's information to obtain this loan. Her mom did not have any knowledge of her doing this. I believe she mentioned something about like gambling debt, being in gambling debt, and that's why she had to do this.
I don't know if you specifically stated it. Did Ms. Kurczeweski have the consent of Ms. Flower to use her information to apply for this loan?
No.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Solly.
What was the
Attorney
point?
Galaviz?
No
Cross.
questions. Thank you,
No
sir.
questions? All
None?
right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Kidding? You guys kind of threw a hissy fit about
And
it.
that he be released from his subpoena.
Objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You are released from your subpoena. All right, you can call your next witness.
Judge, we are ahead of schedule and have no other witnesses available today to call.
All
That's
right
gonna
then,
make
well,
Judge
ladies
not
and gentlemen of
happy.
the jury, you're gonna get a little bit of an early start to the evening. We'll commence tomorrow as close as we can to 8:30 a.m. I do want to read the instruction. I know you've heard it. My goal by the end of this is that you can recite it with me.
So I'm going to mute her for just a second because sometimes she has stuff for the attorneys afterwards because I can't imagine. She's been talking about keeping this case going like on schedule this whole entire time, all day today, that we're not doing this or that. And they're ahead of schedule. They told her Friday they were ahead of schedule. So now they're even farther ahead of schedule. So I don't know what her issue was with the, letting the defense call their witnesses how they want to call them. My stomach is growling. I hope you can't hear that. Because they should get to present their case. Is she done? Nope. She'll get done by the time I go to take this banner off. So yes, Bree, I'm with you. Mind blown because they were raising such a stink about it before the break. Like we weren't prepared. And then they didn't even ask him anything. Why, Margarita? No. I actually think I'm going to be able to go downstairs, feed the dogs, who I'm sure just think they are starving to death,
Inaccurate or incomplete.
and get dinner started. Because I really figured this would go another hour and a half.
While you are serving on the
Oh, and if you're talking about going up to Mulligan's, they're closed on Mondays. I saw that on their board. I think last time, maybe I was up there with Brandon, maybe.
or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time, parties, and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received.
Great. She reads a novel. There, she got it. But yeah, thanks, but I can't because I'm tired. The dog's new wake-up time is between 4:30 and 5, and so yeah, I've been up since 4:45 this morning. That's after waking up at like 12, thinking it was time to get up. That's why I've been asleep by like 9. All right, she gonna get the lawyers? Nope, just none. Nada.
All right, thank you. Be seated. We'll take up the issue of the dual subpoenas to Mr. Craig, as I indicated earlier. Since you've now had an opportunity to obviously hear the state's questions on direct, cross-examine him. I know he's under subpoena, but what reason does the defense have, other than the generic reason that's been proffered earlier today, to not release him from his subpoena?
Doesn't seem to be a
And
generic
who will be
reason to
addressing that
me.
for the defense? Go ahead.
Well, again, we want to assess the case at the conclusion of the state's case. There are potentially other text messages that I'm going to want to go into. Unfortunately, part of the problem with this witness also was that my computer broke over, my screen broke on my computer over the lunch hour. So I had prepped for a couple things that I had quickly sent over during the lunch hour to Attorney Galaviz. But I had the full packet of information on this particular witness. So I dealt with what I thought was most important, but there could be others. I just couldn't look at them over the lunch hour because my computer was broken. So there would be potentially other text messages.
In response from the state.
Judge, as far as the text messages, when we attempted to get into the specifics of them, it was Attorney Kukler who objected to that. They certainly will come in. The foundation will be laid through, I believe, either Detective Fredericks or Detective Schrader. And then, as I see it, there'll be a certified copy of the phone downloads from Ms. Kurczeweski and Mr. Craig. Again, we could have explored that today. It was Attorney Kukler's objection that kept us from those. And so I simply am not hearing a reason why Mr. Craig would need to be called back. Certainly the defense added 2 exhibits this morning, I would add to the record, that were his recorded interviews that they appeared ready and able to play portions of if he had trouble remembering something or testified differently than he did back in 2019 when he was interviewed. And I think the next interview was 2021 perhaps, but several years ago. And they had those opportunities today, and there's just nothing being brought up as to what they did not have the opportunity to ask him during his testimony today.
I just think we have the right to call somebody in our case in chief and present our evidence in the way we want to.
But you're telling me you did not take the opportunity earlier to question him regarding text messages, which would have been a proper subject of cross-exam. I know there was an objection by Attorney Kukler to showing the witness text messages. Frankly, from my perspective, although you may link this up later, there were some issues with foundation, including that this witness never testified to what his phone number was or how he had labeled, if any, Ms. Kurczeweski's contact in his phone. I've certainly seen enough of these records to know how these things typically are displayed in the format they are. I understand you'll need a detective, though, to further go through that foundation in terms of why it's in the format that it is versus a cell phone, for example. So given that, and there might still be a need for some of these things, I'll honor the request of the defense as it relates to this particular witness, give him some leeway, given some of the computer issues. I know that Attorney Kukler and Attorney Galaviz were able to get a number of documents by email, but this is a complicated case. It's scheduled for 25 days. There's volumes and volumes of discovery. At one point, it was described to me as being on a terabyte, and I think having a computer with your prep not available is reason sufficient as it relates to this witness. So I will keep him under subpoena. He continues to be under the exclusion rule that I set up earlier. With that, is there anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are in recess for the day. Please make sure when you come in tomorrow, I want both parties to test out the equipment before we bring the jury in. Sometimes there's a delay, sometimes cords aren't in the right place, but let's make sure everyone gets here early to do that. That should be done both in the morning and in the afternoon. And then I had a note, but kind of threw me with getting done early, so I'll tell the jury tomorrow about 183 being the correct document that was utilized during Mr. Craig's testimony. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we're done for today. I will be back Wednesday. I'm not sure of the time yet because I need to see how long tomorrow's testimony is, because I have to be ready to leave my house by 5 o'clock Wednesday. So if you have your notifications turned on, you'll get a notification when I put it up to go live. I'll check it at the end of the day tomorrow, so that'll give me an idea on what time I need to start, because I'll be able to fast forward through stuff and not like today where we had to sit through the afternoon break. We we timed that lunch break about perfectly. So whoever is still here, thank you for being here. Make sure you like, subscribe, do all that YouTubey stuff, share with your friends. And I will see you back on Wednesday for day 6. And I really, really, really hope this trial does not go 25 days. Because the defense attorney said 13 days. So, alrighty. I, as per my usual, have 4 hungry dogs waiting for me downstairs who I'm sure have thought I've forgotten all about them. And I'm starving myself. So I'm going to go feed them. I'm going to start dinner. So enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you on Wednesday.